girls in a cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break.
Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. And yes, it is too late, as in I am late, and I apologize. Work ran late, but I am here. We are still on Tiki time. Just a little delayed, of course. I appreciate y'all's patience. Thank y'all so much. So sorry about that. All right, so we are still working on the badge. You can see I am working on some more orcs on the side. He'll say, it's a long, stressful thing at work. It's nothing too crazy. I mean, some crazy stuff happened, but more importantly, we're losing one of our teammates. They're making a lateral transition into government at the state level. You know, that's one of the things about our job. You can go from contracting to work for the government pretty easily. So we lose teammates that way quite a bit. So we're a small team, so when that happens, it's kind of all hands on deck. And the good news is it's as much overtime as you can like legally stomach, and I take advantage of those situations, and I work a lot of overtime. So I can't complain. Hopefully no one thinks I'm complaining. This is voluntary overtime, and I absolutely jump at it every chance I get. So that's where I've been. I've been working overtime like an animal. But luckily, working remote and every now and then during the Stream Elements bot. I don't remember authorizing one of those, but okay, that's fine. Luckily, one of the side effects is I had plenty of time to, during a little bit of lull periods, you know, work on some models. So I have absolutely been working on my orcs to relax and chill. Let me catch up on the chat. Oh, looks like everyone's here. We got the Bad Rabbit, we got the RK, we got the Ginny, we got the Orc Squigs. Oh my, absolutely love it. Bots is here. We're doing good times. No, other than that, I know, and I missed a lot of streams. I think I saw that Morty ran a Conflict 47 stream not that long ago. I think he finally got access to some of the army list. That's cool. I didn't watch it because I don't want spoilers. So I don't think he had any information on the Imperial Japanese. So I feel good about that. So I'm gonna wait for the 27th? Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the 27th. So we'll see what happens. But for those of you who like information early, I hope you got good information. But how's everybody doing? I just want to show you. Yeah, we're gonna continue on our vow. We have some terrain that's being primed right now. That's drying, and we're gonna pick up working on terrain. We have another terrain piece to work on. We have so much terrain to work on because during the time I work, I'm either working on these guys or I'm painting some terrain. Did want to show off one of my kit bashes. This one's actually a lot of fun. For those of you who do know 40k, for those of you who like 40k. I'm building up an orc army, and this is my final orc boy. Pain boy. Sorry, orc boy. Jesus. So this guy I used building the runt herder model from the Gretchen or Grot box, and I used that, and I used some bits from the old world orc mobs boy. So as you can tell, his squig and his hands and the actual body and head are from the actual 40k box for Gretchen. I took the little grabber off his pole and put it on his hand for a power claw, and then I took the flag part from the old world orc box and I put it there, and on his back I have a shield. Hold on. There's a shield back here that has a skull, an orc skull, and a hand and some teeth. So on the sign it's gonna say free surgeries. He's gonna be my final pain boy, so I'm pretty excited about that. I've done a lot of kit bashing. All right. Hey, what's going on, Baron? How you doing? Let me start slapping some paint on some models and chit chat with all you fine folk. We'll pick up where we left off on some mummies. Like I said, I vowed about 14 of them, so you still have quite a bit to do. Yeah, so, I figured orc squigs on my, you probably like orcs. So I got these paint markers. They're not like a really good name brand, and I wasn't really trying to cheap out. I liked the color, and what I meant by that is these. They're called like, oh, my light's so bright, sorry about that. There we go. So it's called Flymax, right? Acrylic markers. But what makes them so interesting is the color. This almost like bright kind of toxic green is what I was going for, because on my red vehicles it makes the graffiti stick out real well. So on some of my trucks, especially my my looted rhinos, I have like Zagoth and Wah and Daka Daka and a bunch of other just no Umis. You know, I have a whole bunch of like funny like sayings written everywhere like it's orc graffiti. So that's what I highly recommend. They were super approachable in price. Very easy to use, and I like the look of them. All right, let's get painting. So when we're doing our mummy wrapping, stuff like that, we like to go with the Dunes contrast paint. Yeah, you guys are. It's all the way up in my cabinet. I did a lot of organizing too, so I've actually cleaned up my. It doesn't look like it, obviously. Sorry, but I've cleaned up my hobby space a lot. I know you guys probably can't see. So fun story. I know you guys always enjoy stories. So there is a local friendly gaming store. One I like to go to called For Honor and Glory, right? As you guys know, I'm not sponsored. I have no special deals. So it's not the only store I go to. I'm not an affiliate or anything crazy like that. They have they're very big into Konflikt 47, right? So they have a huge Konflikt 47 selection. I mean, like, I think they have almost every first like OG Konflikt 47 model on the shelf. I almost picked up another squad of Ghost Attack Squad, but I was like, it's kind of greedy. I already have like 3, you know, so I didn't. But they actually gave me a really good deal on some Rekka crew which is kind of cool. Anyways, neither here nor there. One of the reasons why I went there is they kind of reached out on their Discord. They're like, hey, we're reorganizing the store. You know, can anyone come and pick up this this paint rack? And no one responded. I was like, oh, I can. You know, I'm off that day. He's like, okay, cool, it's yours. So I'm misunderstanding what he's saying. By paint rack, I thought he's meaning like this like little shelving right here I have that holds all my paints. No, I was severely mistaken, and thank God I cleared the Jeep out. When I showed up, it was a full-on, I shit you not, a full-on GW paint rack. Like, no paints, obviously, but like a full, like, my height, like 6 foot tall paint rack that holds all the paints, brushes, and everything with like a little, I think a little display strip and everything. So I have that in my garage, and I'm looking over at like the side of my hobby space, like, am I gonna build a whole ass like GW display, like store display paint rack? I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've seen. I was like, this is awesome. So I now have a huge paint rack that I gotta build and put in my hobby space, so that's kind of cool. I'm slowly catching up on the display. Yeah, or the chat, Jenny, that's exactly what I say, because I had a bunch of spare ones as well. If you built a lot of tanks from Warlord games and you have a lot of those spare tank commanders that you haven't used or anything, yeah, I highly recommend zombieing those ones out. They make great zombies. I still kept my Mantis Lord of War or Kings of War zombie box because I didn't use like the half zombies that are crawling out of the ground. So if I need to, I can still add a shit ton more zombies. Hey, Bad Rabbit, what's going on, brother? But yeah, I've had 1 day off legally. I had to legally take a day off and not work. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure payroll would have lost their minds. Between the stream I missed and today. And that day I spent running around, I picked up that massive paint display. Oh man, it feels so good just to sit and chit chat and paint. Loving it. Loving everything about it. But yeah, so on the orc model front, I ordered what I thought would be a cool orc truck for my army. I ordered an old school Gorka Morka truck. It was actually a pretty decent price. Yeah, there has been a scale increase. It does not fit the scale of a orc transport truck. It's their truck now that they used in Gorka Morka. Even the size of the orcs are tiny. And it comes out looking like a buggy. So on the good news, I now have a buggy, like a straight up old school orc buggy I can use. But I had to, Nice, Jenny, I'll take a look at it. Now that I had to keep increasing my truck size. I keep doing my favorite thing on eBay where I like to rescue rhinos. So many people are getting rid of rhinos. I guess I just recently found out that I guess Space Marines use like a new type of transport, like some kind of like grav transport for the Primaris Marines, you know. So like other than I think Space Marines still use Razorbacks, but I'm not sure. But other than like Chaos, I don't really see Rhinos anymore. So I was like, oh, let me just start cruising eBay for Rhinos. And they're not too hard to find, especially when they're like half built and like giving up on them. Like, there we go. So I'm pretty sure most of my orc trucks are going to be Rhinos, which works for me. I mean, it's the right size, it's the right scale. They're fun to make like looted, you know. And it also makes sense if the Space Marines are getting rid of their Rhinos, that kind of makes sense. Sorry, I've been painting orcs for like a week, so I'm trying to swap brains from 40k back over to Konflikt 47. It'll take me a little bit. Oh yeah, I love those. I had no idea how to pronounce that because my German is shit, Ginny, but I love those little boat models. Those things are awesome. Me and Sam are probably a little annoyed at those. That was the type of boat model that we ran into in our Attack on Berlin game, and our opponent said that thing was infinitely high, you know, because it was a wreck, so therefore it reached up infinitely high, like not even mortars could travel over it. So every time I see it, that's what I'm going to think of, but no, those things are absolutely awesome. And that'd be the perfect kind of game to, our perfect kind of model to run in the Clash of the Caribbean game. Oh, boat for your zombies, that's great. Like, not even a river can protect you from the zombies. I love that, that is awesome. So that is the one thing I'm excited for. On my time in between shifts and during my time on shift, I got a good chance to read. I read the Bolt Action version 3 rulebook forward and backwards again, and I really spent my time in the special rules. You know, if you watch the stream, that's why I talked to Morty about, like, someone asked about the glider rules. I was like, yeah, you actually do fold a piece of paper. I've read the special rules a lot to try and get ready. And I'm really excited to use the shallow water and the deep water rules. I've built out all the maps here in my garage with all the terrain I have. I have all the terrain I need. I should build my Japanese landing boat. I probably will. I think that's the last piece of terrain that I need to quote-unquote build. Everything else just needs to be painted. But the maps are fully laid out. Everything's good to go. Pretty excited. I am really excited to play some bolt action on the cruise ship. More importantly, I mean, hopefully, I may not get to play. Probably, I'm just going to be a TO, but I'll be getting to run demos of Konflikt 47, so I will get some playtime in. More importantly, I'm excited to see these special rules that often don't get used. I'm excited to see them actually get used. In my opinion, of the special rules for bolt action, version 3, like in the rulebook, is what makes it such a good game. But this isn't my daily attack on, you know, competitive wargaming. I feel like those rules often get overlooked, and they're really good. Yeah, I heard that. I was at a store picking up some paint, and a guy was trying to he didn't tell me about Trench Crusade. He was trying to sell me on it, which I appreciated. You know, he did a decent job on it. It's not, Trench Crusade isn't popular in my area only because in my particular local area, some people who wanted to get into it kind of went about it the wrong way. And what I mean by that is Trench Crusade doesn't have any physical models for sale yet. It's mostly STLs and things like that. And so these were the kind of guys who would, you know, show up to a local from the game store, not a chain, but like a mom and pop shop, you know, take up a whole green top on like Magic Night or La Carta Night or whatever card game night they have. Like take up a whole ass tabletop, not buy anything from the store, not even a drink, pot of paint or anything. You know, just show up, play with their 3D printed models, and then dip out. So, a lot of the local stores, because they have to keep the lights on, were like, hey, no Trench Crusade until they sell physical models, so that the store can like can you know, make something off of it, which makes sense. So, in our local area, not a lot of the stores support Trench Crusades. So, unless you want to show up randomly to some dude's garage, you know, you're probably not gonna be playing it. And like I've always said, I like the lore of Trench Crusade. It's kind of cool. I just always thought, in my own dumb head, right? I thought Trench Crusade would be a little bit more like Flames of War style. Like I'd like to see it in an epic scale. Hey, what's going on? Oh, nice. You had the Green Vault HR department. I love it. We are working on some mummies. These are my Countess as Totencore from my German army, which are more, you know, Cult of Imhotep. I do have my orcs over on the side because that's what I work on my own off-duty times. They're still up here. I actually ran out of yellow paint. That's why he has the yellow rocket and pink rockets. So. Meat Jesus went too far from me? Yeah, probably. So when I first heard it, what it reminded me of, what I thought it was cool, and this shows how old I am. Do you guys remember a video game called Hellgate London? It's like from the makers of Diablo. So if you remember the game Hellgate London, that's what Trench Crusade reminded me of, but set in World War I. I was like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. But you're right. I think they went too far. I think they went edgy for edgy's sake, you know. But I will honestly say there's a 99.9% chance I will not be picking up Trench Crusade. Now if it ever jumps down to epic scale, I may try it. But other than that, no. I have plenty of tabletop board games, but I don't have any epic scale games yet. Oh, I absolutely remember. I absolutely remember Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. That is the first game I played a lot of online multiplayer. For those of you who didn't know, if you liked kind of like Team Fortress, that style of game, like Team Fortress 2 or stuff like that. If you like the classic Valve style, you know, class, not class, but like, you know, medic, soldier, officer, and stuff like that, Return to Castle Wolfenstein was awesome. It was Allies versus Germans. You know, oh man, I found videos of people playing it like online, and just the sound effects of that game alone take me back, man. The newer Wolfenstein games, they're good. Don't get me wrong, but that Return to Castle Wolfenstein was great. I think it came out in like 08 or something like that. No, 08 was too late. It had to be like 06 maybe. They came out with another one, I think, around 08. That was like that was its own thing. It's like the guy getting electroshocked on the cover. That one was cool, but it was like its own little world. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, 2009 game. Yeah, that one was cool, but it was like its own little thing. So I'm talking about the Wolfenstein before that one. I'm pretty sure it's Return to Castle Wolfenstein. The multiplayer in that was absolutely phenomenal. because it basically, if you're curious how it played, it was a mixture of classic Team Fortress and classic Unreal Tournament. There we go. That's what it felt like. It felt like taking Unreal Tournament, you know, Game of the Year, and Team Fortress, and putting them together in a World War II setting. That's how the game felt. It was tight, but it was good. It was so good. Ooh, arcade, that sounds so good. Yeah, I was showing some guys at the shop who were interested in Konflikt 47. I was trying to show them the rules for bolt action. I was like, hey, there's some really cool rules in there for like they want to do like a big desert campaign. I was like, yeah, there's all sorts of rules. Like there's mirages, there's water, it's hot, too damn hot, like all sorts of great rules for desert fighting. I think they want to set up an escalation league for bolt action. I think they're going to do a demo game, but I think it's before the game releases. So I probably won't be there, and I probably won't be covering it, unfortunately. But if they do one after the game releases, I'll be there. Nice. What a great way to do it. Yeah. Themed on Wolfenstein. $10,000 point. Whew. That sounds awesome, RK. 10,000 point. Oof. Hey, what's going on, CB Cooper? Yeah, I'm here. Sorry I started the stream a little bit late, but I'm glad you joined, CB Cooper. How you doing? Will's here. Oh, cool. It's Gar's here. Don't worry, CB Cooper. I haven't forgotten. As you can see, I got my orcs on the side. I'm collecting the bits of stuff to send you. I'm slowly separating all my Gene Stealer Colt bits from all my orc bits. You know, it's because I have a couple of Goliath trucks and the Cargo Hauler 9 big model came with like 3 cultists, so still working on building you that bag once I have it fully separated. No such thing as late, CB Cooper. It's Tiki time, man. Whenever you arrive is on time. We're just happy to see you here, buddy. Think of it like the bars and cheers, man. Everybody knows your name. Everybody's happy to see you, you know? Oh, you just... Ooh, yeah, that would be awesome to use Konflikt 47 rules to make a Iron Harvest tabletop game. That would actually work perfect. Yeah, none of the weapons have really changed. I mean, autocannon would still be an autocannon, a rifle still a rifle. You could absolutely do that. Stargate SG-1, yeah, Jenny, Stargate SG-1 is great. I can tell you from first-hand experience, those blue berets are not comfortable. They are absolutely terrible in hot climates like the desert or the jungle. Zero fun. Every time I watch that show, I'm jealous because I joined at the time where we didn't get to wear our Madge comms on our beret. We just had our actual like insignia for our career field, you know, the defensive forces patch. We didn't get to, in the times of the show, you'll see they actually get to wear their MagCom pins on their berets, which is super cool. That's like an iconic part of history for our career field. I wish, because I was part of some cool MagComs. That would have been really neat. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not very good at the whole like marketing and stuff like that. I know they had a lot of like kind of weirder sci-fi and like other genres. When I say other genres, I don't want people to get upset. Like I know they had like a Doctor Who and a Judge Dredd and a bunch of other cool stuff like that. I know they had the Gates of Antares or something like that. I think it was like their own IP. I think they're spending a lot of time and money on Konflikt 47, so I think it's going to take up a lot of their bandwidth, if that makes sense for now. I think a lot of their bandwidth is going to go towards the historical, especially the epic scale historical. So like your Roman Caesar stuff, your Napoleonic stuff, and things like that. And I think they're spending a lot of stuff on bolt action and Konflikt 47, so I think that may tie up their bandwidth for a while. I don't know if World War I's on their plate in the future. Hey, what's going on, Mike? Oh no, they no longer did the Judge Dredd license. Oh, that's sad. I should have picked up some of I like their cars. I really like the cars for it. I should have picked some up for my Cyberpunk stuff. It's funny you mentioned that, Bot. Yeah, I thought about doing like a Cold War era of bolt action rules, because not much would change. I toyed around with that for a while. I just realized I had my finger in way too many pies, and I was just so busy, so I just kind of like scaled back. I scaled back on a lot of things. I'm still working a lot of things. I still owe some people some projects. Immediately after this, I'm going to be recording for like 2 hours. I owe a buddy of mine some voice lines, so I got to get those to him. Is it a good idea to pirate Return to Castle Wolfenstein? I can't give you legal advice. I don't know if anyone who made that game is still a company, so I'm not sure who you'd be hurting, but I will tell you this, I think you should always do what you think you can handle. That's always my legal advice for people. But if you're saying is it worth the time to play, yes, it's a fun game. No. So actually, funny you mentioned that, CB Cooper. Somebody bit at my Johnny Bottlecaps character, so there's not much I can say. I mean, it's not an NDA, but out of respect for them, somebody is making a Fallout mod, and I reached out and I showed them some of my work, and they may be interested in picking me up for it. So I make it to Johnny Bottlecaps make it to be a character in a Fallout mod. Super excited for that. I'm not gonna lie, I did it as a joke, but then it sounds very narcissistic, I guess, but I really enjoyed my Johnny Bottlecaps character. Like, I created it just for fun, just to make the radio station, but now when I play like Fallout games, you know, I try and build my character like Johnny Bottlecaps. For those guys who don't know, you know, he was a vault dweller. He had a vault gang, kind of like the Tunnel Snakes. They all got killed, and he got stabbed in the knee, you know, from a rad scorpion. So that classic Bethesda joke where it's like I would have been I would have been an explorer like you, but I took a rad scorpion stinger in the knee. So when I build him, he has high charisma, terrible agility, terrible endurance. You know, it's a fun character to make. Oh yeah. Wait, has Friday already passed? I don't know what day it is. Yeah, Friday's already passed. I'm gonna start drip feeding the audio tracks on my Fallout channel for Johnny Bottle Caps. I've been so behind. I've just been working. I haven't played any of the new. I think there's new Space Marine 2 content. I think there's new Helldiver 2 content. I haven't played any of it. I logged into Helldivers 2 just to buy the new War Bond. And I had to log back out again and go to sleep. So I haven't even played the new stuff. Yeah, I'm behind in everything. Except for reading. I have gotten a mountain load of reading in. Which is glorious. Because like I said, when I'm not at work to take my mind... It's not the screens that get me. I have to stare... At my home setup, I have like 3 screens I stare at. Which isn't much, but I consolidate a lot of stuff onto 3 screens. But I've configured the audio tracks for everything that I do. So every kind of alert I have is a different like ping and tone. And it's constant. So when I finish like a 12-hour shift... You know, I don't want to look at a screen, and I don't want to, like, listen, really, to anything. So, most of my off-duty time has either been sleeping or I've gone on my... I'm lucky enough to have a nice lanai. A lanai is like a screened-in patio, very popular here in Florida because, you know, mosquitoes that are the size of birds. So I go out on my lanai, you know, with, like, a cigar and a drink and a book. I sit there and read. It's delicious. So I've been tearing through books. Luckily. I have been enjoying my markers, actually. I have some actual paint markers, like legitimate paint markers coming in, like nicer brands. But I've been using my, I call this my Orca Green Graffiti one. I've been using this all over a lot of my orc models. Ooh, questions coming in. All right. So what we got going on here? What book might I like? I mean, I'm so far behind a lot of my readings. I have like 2 different book series that I'm reading. Plus, I'm reading some. I'm getting back into my Black Library books and reading those as well. Those have been pretty nice. In the last couple days, I just reread both Konflikt 47 novels. I read 15 Hours. What else have I... And then I've been reading my, I read another couple of books in my favorite series. So my favorite series, if you've never read it, if you like Age of Sail, it's a very, very small niche, right? If you like, the Master and Commander series or Horatio Hornblower, there's a series called Alan Leary. Lewire is the name of the character. It's the King's Coat series. It's really good. But always those out there, he is a rogue, right? He is not a good person. He's a very roguish character. The first book starts off in a very bad way. It's a very not appropriate topic to talk about. It turns out it's all he's set up and he's innocent, but it starts off very raunchy and very bad. And this guy he basically gets press ganged as midshipman, which doesn't make sense until you read the book. But if you like your naval officers almost like just below a pirate, like this is an absolute rake hell, like an absolute rogue in every sense of the word. I'm talking like he makes Sharp look like a gentleman, you know? Very good. But if you like Sharp's rifles, you will like King's Coat. New Konflikt 47 coming out. I'm kind of waiting for the new book. But I will put out, I still have 3 teasers to put out. I'm almost done with the British teaser, and then I have the German, and for me, the commies are last, so I'll do Soviet one last. Is it realistic, Ginny? So it's alternate. I mean, it's historical nonfiction, I guess. Oh no, it's I apologize. Ooh, way wrong. It is historical fiction, 100%. So it takes place right during the American Revolution, what we know as the American Revolution. And he sails for the British Royal Navy. Is the sailing parts accurate? Yes. So that's one thing I will say. If you don't like sailing, the books can be a little terse to get through. The author loves sailing, so he describes sailing, I'm talking accurate to the point. But as far as like the battles and depictions, yeah, it's a little bit more gritty and dirty and realistic and less like a gloss over. But it's actually, give you a little glimpse behind the screen. It's actually one of my favorite pastimes here in Florida, as I like to go to a beach. And by beach, I don't mean not like a touristy beach. Like I like to go to like a lot of places tourists don't go. That aren't really nice beaches. They're mostly just like almost like rocks right on the water, So there's a lot of little beaches I like to go to, a lot of local areas, and I'll just perch up, like I said, with a drink, with a cigar and a book. Just hang out, read, and when I get hot, dip in, swim, then come back out and clamber back up onto the beach. I love reading a Age of Sail paperback on the beach. I don't know. I am painting some mummies. These mummies are my counts as Totenkor for my German army. For Konflikt 47, because my German army is the cult of Imhotep from the Mummy movies. So I'm actually working on my Val. I have 14 more of these mummies to paint. Here is my Prince Imhotep model. I know he doesn't look like the movies, but when you get him painted up, I generally write him as my company commander or as my platoon leader. So I just write him, as a regular human with an assault rifle. Oh yeah, Edskar, I see that. Mike asks, when's the next conflict content? And Edskar says, in about 6 hours on my channel. Yeah, that's right. Join the stream of a smaller channel and promote your channel. Nice, Edskar. I'm just giving you shit, by the way. Totally fine. I don't mind at all. I just wanted to give you shit for it. No, man, I look forward to it. That's awesome. 6 hours is perfect because I will be awake and at work again. So I'm very excited you're putting out a video, Edskar. I will watch it because I will be at work. Nice. Mike, that's a great pickup. Fallstream, ooh, and the Falcon ones too. Nice, very nice. Yeah, I've been talking it over, and with some buddies at Scar. I think we're gonna use your Tank War rule set for the Once Upon a December meetup in April. I think we'll be leading that. Or basically, what we'll do is we're leading into, instead of a rifle platoon unlocks all the other platoons, it'll be required armor platoon that'll unlock all the other platoons. So I think it's a great swap, and I think the dice restriction, I think that makes it key. That was a really good balance for that. So I think it's what we'll end up doing. Hopefully have a nice, Konflikt 47 style apocalypse game in April at Warpfire. And I'm personally excited for it because if it's at Warpfire, I will look into if I can hire one of their staff maybe to be a temporary TO maybe. That way I get to play. I'll try and do TO duties and play without being partial. We'll see, because I'm really looking forward to actually playing and Once Upon a December instead of just being a TO. I like being a TO, but I definitely want to play that one only because I have an unholy amount of Chihas that I really want to use. And I have a bunch of exosuits that I'll probably be running as anti-tank teams. So that's what I'll be. I'll be running Scorpions. I'll have the Goo Goo Muck, which, if you guys don't know, the Goo Goo Muck is the name of my Imperial Japanese Locust Medium Walker. So I'll have him. I'll have, I think, about 3 or 4 Scorpions, and I'll have probably about 9 to 10 Chihas, and I'll be running probably about 4 battle frame anti-tank teams. So those are the Imperial Japanese forces I'm looking, or I guess technically Manchurian Empire forces I'll be looking to run. Yeah, RK's got armor. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a serious like armor walker clash. A huge frozen map and everything. It's gonna be great. And don't knock the Goo Goo Muck, man. The Locust Medium Walker with that the Locust Medium I call it a walker. I know it's like Panzer Mech, whatever. With the Imperial Japanese version, at least in OG Conflict, I don't know the rules for no one. I didn't watch the stream, so no spoilers from me, please. But the Imperial Japanese version of the German Medium Walker doesn't get the jump rules, and I went for the medium AT gun on top. So the one time I used him in the Tijuana game. I sat him on the backboard. I didn't really move him around. He was just my fire support. And between the autocannons, that medium AT gun, he just rained piss on anything. It was awesome. And that game did confirm to me how awesome battle frame anti-tank teams are. Hopefully they're still good in the new edition. I'm hoping they are. And as long as that rule set is fine, that any bolt action model I could bring into Konflikt 47, I now feel very strong for the Imperial Japanese, because that means lunge mines. The Mario, woohoo! Yeah, if I can rock lunge mines, oh, that's gonna be a game changer. And I'm getting everything ready for Clash of the Caribbean, and hopefully if it goes well, if it doesn't turn into a fire festival, you know, knock on wood, we'll be running one again next year. And we'll send plenty of pictures and videos, stuff like that, so if you guys want to plan around trying to hop onto it next year, might be a good idea. We'll try and make it bigger. Nice. I can say this: the prize support for Clash of the Caribbean is a mix of bolt action and Konflikt 47 models, so that's kind of cool. But other than that, no, I'm totally excited. I'm excited for the release. I'm excited to get to sit down and like I didn't take a day off for it or anything like that, but I'm excited to sit down, read the rule book, and put out a video on, like, you know, for what it matters, my thoughts and what I plan to do with once I read the full book. I'll put out a video on it, like what I plan to do, and we'll figure out how to do the lore, because it's also like I don't want to. This almost sounds too conceited, so bear with me. I don't want to seem like I'm that's not how I want to say that. I don't want to seem like I am the lore channel for it. I want other channels to also cover the lore, you know, because I think they can do a better job and a more expedient job than I can. So what I'm excited to see is I'm excited to see how everybody jumps at it, because what would be really cool for me is if enough people get into Conflict 47 and stay into Conflict 47 this time. I'm hoping I can just kind of specialize and kind of pigeonhole into the Empire of Japan. That would be really cool. Nowhere near the scale of Morning Glory. I don't have, you know, illusions of grandeur, but how he's like, hey, Morning Glory and Imperial Guard, I would love to really just focus on Empire of Japan. I think that would be great. A lot of weight off my shoulders, you know, not trying to like cover everything, you know. So we'll see how it goes. I'll probably still go back and finish the OG lore videos and just make sure to label them as old. I'll probably leave my videos up and I'll just label all the old shorts as old, you know, and all the old videos as old. Sorry, I know I keep like leaning out of the side of my mic. No, Mike, if we're talking about the size of the channel, like, I love you guys joining on the chat. I truly do. Hopefully you guys feel that. I really enjoy chatting with you guys. Somebody asked me about it the other day, but I hope it doesn't get any bigger. Like I said, 500's cool, don't get me wrong, you know? But at this level, I feel like we can get a lot away with a lot of shenanigans. You know, like, I feel like this, now that my strike finally expired, like, I had a strike on this channel for a long time from the Fallout stuff. But I feel like I'm finally off the algorithm's radar, and I love staying off the radar. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Green Vault HR rep. And I always say this, and it sounds so cheesy, but I mean it. I hope the YouTube coverage of Conflict 47 grows horizontally. I don't want to grow vertically. I want it to grow horizontally across a lot of channels. Only because people do stuff differently. Like, oh, you know, I have a really good example. And I'm not trying to start beef, so don't think there's beef or anything. But Paul is bad at stuff, if you're familiar with that Warhammer 40k channel. I love his style of videos. The dude's editing, the same little background tracks he uses, his editing is on point. Love the style of his channel. Do I agree with all of his takes? No. I don't. I definitely don't agree with a lot of the stuff he says, but I watch a lot of his videos because I love the way he does his videos. He does really good editing. And so I'm hoping, you know, with the topic of Conflict 47, there'll be people who take it and run it in all different kind of ways, with all their different, you know, uniquisms, their own style of charisma, their own style of editing, you know. So I'm really hoping to see it covered in a lot of different ways. That'll make me really happy. I figured it was Shit Herder. I figured that's who it was, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, no, like I said, yeah, if you've never seen his videos, I don't know if you're into 40k or not. Even if you're not into 40k, the way he does his content is hysterical. His editing is just top notch. Absolutely hysterical. I don't always agree with a lot of his takes just because I'm not a competitive guy, you know? So, but funny way. And the reason why I bring that up is there's people who cover videos and just different styles, and I really, really enjoy that. So I have my style, as you guys know, which is mostly delayed and slow. But, you know, I like to release my lore videos as, like, mockumentaries, you know? And all my shorts are themed around, like, there'll be, like, a background track that's themed to that country. You know, I try and cover everything about a unit except for the points cost, because that can change. And that way you still should buy a book. I'm not going to tell you how to play the game without a book, so you don't buy a book, because I think that's not fair to the company. So, like, we all have our own style, and so I'm really excited to see other people's style covering Konflikt 47. I think it's really exciting. I think there were several channels, and I was only one of them, and probably the smallest. There were several channels that kind of held the candle for Konflikt 47 and tried to keep it alive, and now that it's picking up steam, super excited to see that. Super excited to see what some of these bigger channels do with it. Hey, old gamer dad, I'm glad. Oh, Zern Central, probably, only because, and I don't want to get into the personal business of it, only because of Scholar Virginia isn't currently posting bolt action videos. He was my favorite go-to bolt action channel. Really enjoyed his content. Still like the guy. Great guy. He's not currently putting out content that I'm aware of, and so I moved on. And so my current, I guess, like a channel that I really enjoy for bolt action content is Zern Central. He's a great dude. He's a cool dude. A very friendly guy. I like his content a lot, and so yeah, I'll always kind of anytime he has a good video, I try and always link. Hopefully, you guys don't get bothered by that if I put out a post kind of referencing another channel. I'm not doing it for any kind of monetary thing like that. I just honestly think it's good stuff. I think they got cool things, so hopefully it doesn't bother people. I'm not trying to like weaponize your views to support somebody else or anything like that. I just generally think it's cool content. And I did link his stuff because I got mentioned. I was like, hey, I was mentioned. But I'm glad you found it useful, Gamer Dad. I really enjoy Zern Central. He's definitely, and like I said, as you guys can tell, I'm open, I'm honest, I'll say this in front of anybody. He's 100% my favorite bolt action channel currently. He's a great dude. I love chit chat with him. We email a lot back and forth. That's not a bad idea, Sean. You know what? I think I will do that. Damn, Sean. Really good idea, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think when we do our little Konflikt 47 Escalation League and our little games, I'll do little mockumentaries on that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the reasons why I'm glad I'm a small channel, Mike. I figured if I was any bigger, and I did that whole, I think the American teaser video was fine, but I think if I was a bigger channel and a lot of people saw that Imperial Japanese teaser trailer, I'm pretty sure that would have been like a middle of winter kind of moment, you know? Oh, that video was so much fun to make. That was my first attempt at animation. I literally had to go like frame by frame and move the Tiki mask and change the scale. I learned to do a lot more stuff in Adobe Premiere. I'm not gonna lie, I sat down and tried to learn a lot more. Unlike my painting skills where I don't develop out of sheer laziness, I actually try and get better with my editing. Which is funny because if you ever look up the translations for that Japanese song, that Batsurai or whatever, that is probably the most chill battle song there is. It's like, yeah, we respect our enemies. How brave are they to fight against us? They must be super brave, but they're gonna die because they're rebellious. You know, it's like the most polite war song I've ever heard. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Mike. I really am glad you liked it. Currently working on the British one. It's been a lot of fun. At first, I was gonna to use their vernacular. I was gonna take the piss out of them and give them like a funny or kind of like silly song, you know. But I'm like, you know what? Let me not do that to them. Let me give them kind of a cool song. So I found a good song for them, I think. hang up the watching the Sickfield line. No, I'm not gonna tell you what song it is. So I need to reach out. I had to look on the Morning Glory channel. The guy who made God, I'm trying to think of his name. It wasn't God, Nero. I think his name was Nero or Noro. I need to reach out to Nero and see if I can use his German Konflikt 47 song he made for the German teaser video. If not, that's fine. I have a song for it. But I would like to use his if he'll let me. That would be pretty cool. I already have the Russian one locked in, and I already have the British one locked in. Nero, that's what it is. Yeah, I'll have to reach out to him, see if he'll authorize me to use it. Hey, Silver, what's going on, buddy? I'm just working on some mummies. These are my Count as Totencore for my German army for Konflikt 47. I modeled them off the Cult of Imhotep from the Mummy movies. Imhotep, Imhotep. Yeah, that is addicting, RK. I think that's where my love of kit bashing comes from. Not to get all like weird like meta analysis with it, but I think it's growing up playing games like Fallout and stuff like that, and really falling in love with what is that, visual storytelling, if that makes sense, and video games and things like that. I think I try and bring that to tabletop. My love for that, anyways. And so for a lot of my models that I kit bash, I try and tell a story with the model. Like, for example, here you have one of my officers, a Noxana Moon. Again, I used a D&D model, so she looks a little different. There's her gold bikini. I'm not going to do, like, the whole gold paint. You know, she has some ammo pouches on the back, but she's wearing kind of, like... She's wearing red because that's what the cultists wore, so it's, like, my own version of Noxana Moon. But this guy I really like. So this is, like, I ran him as, like, an adjutant to the officer, but I can also run him for, like, Fort Air Observer or something like that. Or even as like a, I don't think Germans get priest units. I wish they did. They might. Let's take a look at the rules. But I could run him as a priest. So he's the high priest for the Cult of Imhotep. So you can see he's wearing kind of like his fez. And the really cool part is you can see he has a golden book and a black book. So he has the Book of Life and the Book of the Dead. So it's actually really fun just to kind of kit bash this guy out and build him. So it's like these small little details. You can see he has both books on him, you know? Really, really, really cool. Those who are curious, this guy was built with one of my high recommends if you're doing Warhammer 40k or even some bolt action. If you're doing like actually for you, RK, who has a lot of cool desert stuff for your Indiana Jones style things. It can be expensive because you don't get a lot of models for it, but you get a lot of bits. It is the Frostgrave Wizard box. So Frostgrave Wizard is male, and Frostgrave Wizard 2 is female. And you only get like 4 models per box, technically, I think, maybe. But you get a shit ton of different types of arms and heads and bits and weapons. It is like a kit bashing dream. I call it more like Pitts box. Do you have a source for 28mm books? Oh yeah, I read your mind. That's where I got both of those from, was from that Wizard box. So, Frostgrave Wizard box. If it ever goes on sale, pick it up, man. Like the crystal balls they held, like I forget what they're called in Lord of the Rings, Pelotor or whatever. Pentir, or whatever it is. But basically like the crystal or the all-seeing ball. I end up using those for my old world cannoneers. Those were my cannonballs. And I took a lot of the stats and turned them into like rammers and worm tools and shit. Ah, yes. So Mike, I do have him built too. I have now I'm forgetting his name. Oh no. What is his name? Man, now I can't think of his name either, Mike. You caught me and I cannot recall his name. But I know you're talking about. He works for the Magi. He's a good guy. I have him built for my my Tomb Raider army. So I have a bolt action army that's American. They're all airborne. It's kind of like my own Indiana Jones, Mummy, Pulp Fiction / with Crimson Skies air support because it's all airborne. So he's actually part of the officer team for the North Africa station. So I built into 3 platoons. There's a East Asia, North Africa, and Europe station. So 3 separate platoons, and they're all themed around that. They're already all kit bashed. Ardeth Bay, yeah, thank you. That's exactly what it was. Ardeth Bay. But yeah, he's in there. It's pretty cool because, he's like, oh, do you want the shotgun or the Thompson? I prefer the Thompson. So he's actually sitting there with like a Thompson in his hand. He has a knife in the other hand. It's actually pretty cool. Because I have one of my leadership teams is Rick O'Connell with Evie and Ardeth Bay. Oh, you're talking about Benny. Benny. Yeah, I don't think Benny had tattoos. He had all the religious necklaces. No, I don't have a model of Benny. I may have to in the future, though. Yeah, that goes. I need to put out a. Yeah, man, that'd be another good video to put out. If I can finish it before Konflikt 47 comes out, I'll try to. But I need to do my top 10 things to watch to put you in the mood for Konflikt 47. So, and the Mummy movie will definitely be on it. Yeah. He may have all the horses. It's one of my favorite life quotes. Sometimes you have all the horses, but sometimes you're on the wrong side of the river. Oh, you did. You know what, Mike? You did say symbols. I'm so sorry. I read it as tattoos. You're right, Mike. You're right. As I was, but lay my last. And yes, that's actually where I really cut my teeth a lot of. When I left, to answer your other question, I'm sorry, I'm slowly catching up on chat. When I left Warhammer 40k and 8, that's what I went to, was Fallout Wasteland. I went into D&D 5th edition, I went into Fallout Wasteland Warfare. I played a lot of Wasteland Warfare because I really enjoyed the narrative aspect of it. And then I actually still have a couple Fallout factions gang set up. So yeah, I actually absolutely have played it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because of my age. This is gonna be heresy. Get ready to lambast me or make fun of me. That's fine. I think I will stand on this. I do enjoy the only 3 Indiana Jones movies there are. So I do enjoy the 3 Indiana Jones movies, don't get me wrong, but I think because I was a kid, or I was young when it came out, I enjoy the Mummy movies better. Like, the first Mummy movie is up there with some of my favorite movies of all times. It was just a classic adventure movie. Nice, Mike, that's awesome. Yeah, and I think Ginny plays Fallout Oh no, I think she just uses the models for a tabletop RPG. But I have my favorite faction. Ironically enough, I know not a lot of people like this faction, but I like the railroad. So I built a railroad style faction for Fallout factions. Even though they don't technically have rules, I use them as kind of like the Brotherhood of Steel rules, similar. But they're there to kind of like rescue synths and some other stuff, so it's actually a lot of fun. Looks like you're on the wrong side of the river. Yeah. So I have 2 factions. I have my Radcoons, which I run as basically like Tunnel Snakes and the Kings. and I use the operator rules for the operator gang because they get access to a lot of 10 mils. So they're running around with like 10 mils and switchblades and 10 mils and baseball bats, which is hysterical. Like one missile launcher and one guy with a homemade rifle, which is pretty cool. And then I use the Brotherhood of Steel rules to make what I call my locomotive. Because you follow like the lore for the railroads, they have like heavies. So I invented like a new type of unit for the railroad called locomotives, and that's what they call their railroad agents in power armor. So that gang has 2 people in power armor, which is kind of cool. Well, Mike, you may freak out. So I talk about this in some of my. I need to do another stream with my buddy. I need to do another Fallout stream, like chat and stuff like that. But my headcanon, and it's just my headcanon. I'm not saying it's what actually happened. I'm saying it's what makes me smile when I think about it. So for Fallout New Vegas, what I like is that I think the courier was a synth. I think the courier was a freed synth, you know, and then he got shot in the head, and that basically like put him on factory reset. It's also why he survived the shot to the head. And so, and also in my headcanon, the Mojave Express is the railroad, but for the Mojave. Like, if you think about how the railroad's supposed to be ran, like if you actually approach the railroad, not how Bethesda kind of like wrote them really shittily. I mean, they tried, but if you really approach the railroad with like an actual, you know, counterinsurgency, intelligence style real world build, they would be highly compartmentalized. The railroad would exist all over the country, but they would be loosely connected, different names, same mission, but completely insulated from each other, right? Like kind of like how sleeper cells work. And in my head, it's not just about freeing synths. The whole point of the railroad is just to free the slavery that you would get from a post-apocalyptic society, right? But the trick is, and they're not dumb. So for the railroad, the trick is to free the synths first, because a lot of the synths are very powerful. A lot of them are going to want to fight for the railroad. So by getting these people who don't die from radiation or don't age, they can really spread them out all throughout the whole country. Then they can take down things like the pit. They could take down like the slavers at the pit. They could take down Caesar's Legion, who are slavers. They could take down what is it in Fallout 3? Paradise something, Paradise Grove, Paradise City. I'm trying to think what the name of it is. The slaver camp there. So for me, my whole idea behind the railroad is they're all about well, yeah, of course, you know, of course you have a chance to survive, but to me it's kind of makes sense how he plays it. And I recently did a playthrough. I'm still playing it of New Vegas, but I'm playing the synth basically in like railroad style. And I have to say, super controversial take. If you play Fallout New Vegas like a railroad, like your trained railroad agent, and what I mean by that is you use faction armor, it is a lot of fun. Paradise Falls, thank you so much, Jenny. I appreciate that. Paradise Falls. So I'm playing New Vegas by using a lot, like, you know, using small arms, sneak, and speech skills, right? And I keep using faction armor to like kind of dip in and out and stuff. Like right as I finished, God, why can I not think of anything these days? Right as I finished Good Springs, I immediately kept the armor for the Powder Gangers. So then I was walking all the way up to Prim and exploring. I was just wearing Powder Ganger armor and just walking in amongst the Powder Gangers and just killing them and then just moving on. So it's kind of cool to play it as like a railroad agent using lots of, you know, because the stealth mechanic is much better in New Vegas because you can use faction armor. There's only one mission in Fallout 4 you can actually use faction armor, and that's when you sneak aboard the Pridwin to blow it up, and you and Deacon can dress like Brotherhood of Steel. So I took that and applied it to New Vegas, and it's probably the most fun playthrough I've had. Oh shit! You know you know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. RK, don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, at 3 o'clock, guys, it is gonna be Railroad 100%, and my headcanon for the Railroad. I recently got 2 Railroad t-shirts. So Mrs. Tiki and I, we plan on going to Hollywood. We plan on going to the Horror Nights at Universal Studios, because they actually have a Fallout haunted house. So we're definitely gonna be going to that. She has a really cool little Nuka-Cola t-shirt. Looks really good on her, in my opinion. And then I have some Railroad t-shirts. So I'm super excited to wear that and go there. But yeah, I think everybody will admit the Veteran Ranger drip, or AKA the Desert Ranger drip, is absolutely iconic. Well, it's one of those things, Jenny, and it's not to use the common term, not to ball wash Bethesda, but I've played Fallout so much now that I do so much headcanon for it, that with the Railroad, the way I see it, and again, I know people have debunked this theory. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying it's what makes me smile when I play. I imagine that Deacon is the lone wanderer from Fallout 3, right? It's just what I think, anyways. So, and I think he really is. I think ever since he I don't think it's canonical, but since he freed the synth in Rivet City, I think he went on after he lost Lions, after he lost his boo thing, and he became disillusioned with the Brotherhood of Steel. I think he traveled up north to seek out the Railroad, and I think he actually is in charge of the Railroad. You know what I mean? Like, they keep Desdemona in charge, because why else would you keep Desdemona, who, I'm sorry, it's not 3 o'clock yet. I'm about to go off on a whole Railroad thing, and it's not even 3. We'll wait for the lore break at 3. Got me talking about the Railroad. I will continue on that at 3 when we take our little lore break. I have a whole theory behind it that makes the Railroad make like about 1,000,000 times more sense. And it's more enjoyable. But I will say, based off everything I've read, I know what the show says, but the big thing about the first season of Fallout show, and I think something a lot of people forget, is the whole unreliable narrator. Just because somebody says something doesn't mean they're telling the truth. A lot of stuff gets said in the first Fallout show, and I'm not saying it's like retconning, but you also shouldn't trust what people say. A lot of people are like making inferences and are not understanding like time jumps. So from what I've read, and I could be wrong, from what I've read, I still think Pam is the one who dropped the bombs. I still think Pam is responsible. For those who don't know who Pam is in Fallout 4, it's the predictive analysis machine. She is a robot, an Assaultron model that worked for the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. And I think it's classic, like the old War Games movie from the 80s. I think she's the one who started the nuclear apocalypse for Fallout. It's so funny, Mike, because I'm not an NCR fan. So I found the show kind of interesting. I did not like the Moldiver character. Like, I didn't like anything about them. I know some people like try to look at her as a hero. You know, because here's my question, and this is the first question I have for Moldiver fans, right? Who are people who think she's a hero. I understand she was leading that ragtag group of because Mike, I don't think that's the whole NCR. I think that's just survivors of Shady Sands. So I think the NCR is 100% still. I mean, it was massive, right? But a lot of people think like she's the savior of the NCR. I was like, first off, she's not. Secondly, who were the people she led in the attack on the vault? Were those NCR troopers and survivors, or were those raiders? Because it looks like she leads those raiders. She took a lot of survivors and stuck them in another vault, you know, and that would be the weird, creepy people in Vault 4 with the weird, like, cult that they have with her as a cult leader. And then she's leading NCR troops to try and build Cold Fusion. Yeah, Jenny, that's a good point. The one thing I always say when like looking at or analyzing Fallout that I always try to tell people, and I think everyone here is pretty good at it, but I think a lot of people kind of fall for this trap sometimes. A lot of people forget that it's a wasteland, right? It sounds stupid, but all of our modern day morals and sensibilities go right out the window in a wasteland. And the reason why I say that is I've worked from my own experience, working hurricane evacuations with the National Guard. I mean, one of the scariest things about humans, or one of the scariest things about hurricanes, is how spooked humans get. When humans get spooked, they're dangerous, right? When you see how quickly humans can rationalize dangerous behavior, it's kind of terrifying. You can take an average family, right? You can even take your Americana family, nuclear family, mom, dad, 2.5 kids, dog, white picket fence, right? No criminal records, perfectly fine family. Now hit them with the fear that when they go to the store, the food won't be there, right? And then look at them on day 2 without food, right? And then look how, and I'm not a parent, so I don't understand, but I can appreciate, right? The situation parents get in when they can't feed their kids and they're on day 2, they start rationalizing what would originally be, unthinkable very, very quickly. It's always my opinion, humans are very good at adjusting to their situation. So it obviously makes us livable, right? So in a Fallout, in an apocalypse situation, so a lot of people like approach factions with like modern day sensibilities and morality. I was like, those don't compute, man. I was like, those are absolutely not there. Nice. I'm glad you got that pun, RK. I'm glad. That's when people look at slavery. I'm like, yes, slavery is morally wrong. Absolutely, of course. But would slavery be used in a post-apocalyptic situation when all the labor is human? Absolutely. It's absolutely going to be used. Am I surprised it's in the games? No, of course not. It's absolutely going to be used. Something like cannibalism, all this other kind of stuff. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It's not good. I'm not condoning it, but yeah, it makes sense that would be the primary thing. Hey, what's going on, Mad Larkin? Hey, I got to see Mad Larkin in another stream. I was trolling Woodimp in Valrak stream, and I got to see Mad Larkin there. That's the one thing I think the show got right. That's maybe a pretty decent fan for the Fallout shows. I think Cooper's character, the Ghoul, got that really right, where there is no right or wrong in the wasteland, right? I'm like, there's just is. I mean, there is, but, most people just don't give a shit. Most people are just trying to survive. I was really happy to see that sentiment come across. Always happy to see you here, Mad Larks. Still chipping away at my orcs. So I finally have, I have 3 mech boys built and ready. I had to do some surgery and put some kill saws on them. I now officially have, this is my 3rd pain boy, so my Kit Bash pain boy, his sign's gonna say free surgery on it. So that's my final pain boy. And then I'm just working away on my boy squads and my trucks. And I got a really good deal on a kilting box. The box was damaged, and so I actually got a good deal on it, which is pretty cool. I got a Rekka Crew kill team, so I'm going to build them up. The other reason I got them is my wife really likes squigs. She wants to paint squigs, so that one comes with 2 bomb squigs. But yeah, Mad Larkin, hearing about 3 o'clock, thanks to Ark and some other people. We're about Tiki's lore this time. We're going off on a tangent. It's going to be Fallout related. We're going to be talking about the railroad. So if you like Fallout, you know, this might have lost me some viewers, we'll see. But if you like Fallout, if you want to hear about my take on the railroad, oh man, it's going to be awesome. Hey, no worries. Yeah, I appreciate you showing up. I totally understand when people sleep. I stream odd hours, man. I'm always surprised that people show up, and I'm always happy to have people, but you know, it's never expected. I'm just happy. Like, it makes me super happy when I hear some people, like I think Matthew comes in right now and then he's like, yeah, I couldn't, or sometimes it'll be like CB Cooper sometimes, or some other people I want to say. They're like, hey, yeah, I can't sleep, or hey, I was supposed to work, or I can't fall asleep, and you know, this stream's on. That's the whole point of the stream, and it makes me super happy. He's like, yeah, I can't sleep. Yeah, that's the whole point of the stream. So when I originally built this, I really wanted to take the style. Well, it's funny. It kind of goes back to an old podcast I used to do. It was a lot of fun. I missed the guys. Mad Larkin was there. It was the Minatorum Breakroom podcast. It was a lot of fun. We tried to do it almost like a Space Ghost Coast to Coast style thing. So with this stream, I really wanted to try and go for that. I wanted it to be a super chill stream. I'm doing it so that it keeps me honest and it keeps me painting my model so I don't fall behind. It's a place where people can ask about Konflikt 47, but I really tried to aim for a, you know, Toonami midnight run / you know, Space Ghost Coast to Coast / like late night show, like back when they were funny, you know? So you're looking like 2010-ish, you know? Damn, Mike, you're an animal. So I try to do that where, like, hey, if you're awake, you know this is on the weekends, you can kind of pop in, hang out, you know, listen to some stuff, talk some shit, see something mildly entertaining, hopefully. And the crew's generally here. So I try. That's what motivates me to do the stream is that we have kind of that space to all kind of hang out and bullshit. And a lot of us paint models. Oh, Bad Rabbit, I'm so jelly, man. I wish I was hell diving with you. I am behind on my hell diving. I do love hell diving. I'm super behind. I do love my Halo shotgun. I know some people don't like it because it's not medium pin, but I do absolutely love my Halo shotgun. So glad I got that thing. I feel bad for my Punisher, you know. I mean, I still use my cookout on the bug front, but I'm more of a bot diver, so I use my Halo shotgun a lot. I'm glad, RK. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of my hope. Is I feel like for these painting competitions, I feel like this stream has helped like the Penal Legion and some other people a lot. Yeah, no, I got what you meant, Mike, when you said it. That's funny though. So I'll probably take a little bit of a break here just before 3 o'clock. I'm going to refill up my drink with some rum and coke. I'm going to slap down another layer of primer on my piece of terrain, and then I'll probably pop it up here and work on that while we talk about the lore for this this episode that's going to be talking about the Fallout Railroad faction. Yeah, Bad Rabbit. So I saved up my super credits and a lot of my medals. So all I've done is log in, bought the war bonds, and I tried to make it as far as I could with my metal. So I think I got the Space K-47 with incinerating ammo. I got the Sardaukar heavy armor looking stuff, and I think that's all I can afford. I'm on the second page, so. I haven't got a chance to use it yet, though, Bad Road, so I hear it's awesome. That's a lot. Especially rail cannons. So we're in talks. I will let you guys know about this. So we are in talks. This is just the planning stage, nothing serious. Konflikt 47 will still be my main game, but depending, because I do owe. I think Irish is gonna put me through a game of 10th edition. So I always talk shit about 10th edition Warhammer 40k, but it's not fair because I hadn't played it, right? So I'm gonna play one game so I can make a better opinion, and I'll try kill team and stuff like that too. But depending if we like it, if it's cool, I may work with some people in the Florida area. And I may start a very chill, very laid-back, monthly meetup Crusade game. We'll see. It's one of my mini theoretical things up in the works. We'll see how it goes. Well, so here's my suspicion, Mike, right? And I haven't played a game yet, so everything I said could be bullshit, and anything I say is not valid because I haven't tried it yet, to be fair, right? I always like, you guys know me, I always like putting out my qualifiers before I say something. Reading the book for 10th edition, I've noticed some things I've noticed in Bolt Action 3rd edition, where the rules don't look too bad. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the whole no modular points, but if you look at the Crusade style, it works a little bit better. I'm not trying to justify what I'm saying. On the Crusade level, it kind of makes a little bit more sense. Match play, it's not me. It's not my monkey, not my circus, right? But for Crusade, it kind of works a little bit. It kind of makes a little bit of sense. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And then when I'm really looking at the rules for... when I'm really looking at the rules for 10th edition, especially for some of the terrain and some of the other special rules they have out there, I'm like, these are kind of cool. And one thing I think I don't like about, to be fair, I haven't tried it yet. One thing I don't think I like about it is the whole card system, and you flip over 2 cards and it tells you something different. You got to run around and accomplish the side objective when there's a fucking fight going on. Not very orky, if you ask me. I mean, when it's time to crump, it's time to crump, right? So then I look at the Crusade missions, like, these just make a shit ton more sense. Like, this just seems more like 40k, more like Dawn of War style, you know? So the way 10th edition is played competitively is what I think I don't like. I said think because I haven't tried it yet, is what I think I don't like. Reading the rules on what you can do with 10th edition and what Crusade is, that looks fucking awesome. It actually looks pretty good. I'm like, oh. Yeah. So when I looked at the 10th edition Crusade, I'm like, this sounds really cool. So let me leave you with a little bit of teaser before I get up and add some more rum and coke to my my glass here. So what we're thinking about doing for our Crusade, just to let you guys know how it'll roughly work, give you like a 5-minute synopsis, is we're gonna pick a sector of space. We're gonna break people into 4 main, I don't want to call them war bands, but 4 main alliances. There's gonna be the Order, which is like Imperium and all its allies. There's gonna be Chaos, which is all the Chaos. There's gonna be Hive, which is Tyranids and Gene Stealer Cult. There's gonna be Tomb, which is Necrons. And then certain factions are gonna be able to pick who they want to ally with. Like good examples like Guard. Guard can work for everybody but Tomb. They can work for the Tyranids and say they're mind controlled. It doesn't fucking matter. They can work for Chaos and say they're a Chaos one. Doesn't fucking matter. Right? So certain factions can pick which of those overall alliances they want to fight for. And the way it works is at the end of the month, whatever planet, because we're gonna do like planets are being attacked. Kind of think like an ongoing war, very similar to Helldivers or Planetfall. Is it Planetfall? I'm trying to think of the name of the game. Almost like Planetfall, Mech Warrior 2, Helldivers 2, like a big planetary, a galactic battle. Like it's a real crusade. You're just part of the actual spearhead for it. So your overall alliance is going to be doing an attack or defend on a planet. And at the end of the month, we're going to do a dice roll for one of the battles for that planet. Each planet will have like 4 dice rolls for like 4 battles, right? If you participated in a game, it's gonna, if you won a game, if you won your game for that crusade, it's gonna be +2 points for that dice roll. If you showed up and you lost, it's still +1. So it gives you incentive besides just your own crusade points for taking part in the game. It'll just be a once a month meetup. Well, twice a month. Once during the weekend, once during the week, but it'll only be like one kind of thing. And the other cool thing about it is there's going to be some space stations and some moons and space hulks. And here's why: because Kill Team will also be a part of it. So that's going to be the requirement, is that you need to have, you know, at least 500 points of painted models for your faction. Then you need to have a Kill Team. Your Kill Team doesn't have to be specifically for your army faction. It just has to be for overall alliance. So let's say you're playing Chaos, right? Let's say you're playing Imperial Guard, but you want to fight for the Chaos alliance. That's perfectly fine. Your Kill Team can be anything that can be Chaos. So you can have an Imperial Guard Kill Team. You can have a Cultist Kill Team. You can have the new, you know, the Talon one for the Night Lords, Legionnaires, any kind of Kill Team for your overall alliance. That way you can kind of mix in. Yeah, very similar to Battlefront. Exactly, Jenny. Very similar to Battlefront, Galactic Conquest. So it'll be a mix of Crusade games. We're also going to throw in some Kill Team that'll actually affect the mission as well, too. So let me chew on that while I refill my drink, and then I will. Yeah, same thing, Mike. Sorry, I was trying to say it fast and read the chat. You guys are both right. Let me refill my drink, and then I'll come back. I'm not going to put it on the Be Right Back, so I'll only be gone for like 2 minutes. And we'll start talking about our railroad lore. Immediately bouncing Konflikt 47 right into 40k, right back into Fallout. We're hitting it all. So I'll pick back up with you guys here in about 5 minutes. At 3 o'clock, and we'll start with some railroad lore. I will put it on the Be Right Back screen. I won't. I think it's... Why make it if I don't use it, right? And we're back, baby, just like that. And I'm not gonna lie, again, not sponsored, but for my rum and coke, for those who are curious, for those who are old enough to enjoy tasty adult beverages, I know it's not the nicest rum, you know, some people would be like, oh, it's processed, artificial, whatever. This Bacardi Mango Chili, it is the closest I've gotten to my beloved Cannon Blast that went off the shelves like years ago. It is delicious. If you happen to find it, it won't be expensive, I'll tell you that. If you happen to find it, Bacardi Mango Chili, grab that and grab some whatever your preferred cola is. Delicious. Especially if you throw in like a lime wedge, if you're that fancy. It is simple but delicious. It's not too much heat. It's just right. I'm talking like that mango chili rides right under that cola nut taste. It's almost perfection. Super, super good. Hell yeah, the Cannon Blast Cannonballs. So what made that so good is it had like chipotle and some other seasoning to it. It was so good. It wasn't just cinnamon, it was like actual spice. I still have some mini bottles. They're like one of my prized possessions, right? I still have mini bottles of that in my fridge. Yep, I still have. So if you guys were to hang out with me in real life, let me know, and I will bring you a mini bottle, one of my treasured mini bottles of Cannon Blast. We'll enjoy it together. Oh shit! I am so sorry, Mad Larkin. I apologize, buddy. That's not my intent, and my apologies, good sir. That, good sir, was not my intent. Alright, let me wash off my brush here. But, more importantly, Mad Larkin, I want to be there for your first stream, buddy. I am so excited. I know we've traded a lot of messages about this. Let me know. I'm always busy, and I don't mean that in a shitty way, but I always have some stuff going on. But there's some stuff I will drop at the sound of a pin to help you out start a stream, buddy. I know me and you have talked about this for a while. Oh man, I would be excited to see you do a stream. Even if it's like a kind of like how Tactical Tortoise does the TTS. So full disclosure, I'm not a fan of TTS. I finally tried it the other day. I'm getting into Fallout, I promise. I tried it the other day with a game I love called Fang for Fortune and Glory. For those who like Indiana Jones, if you know what the Fang board game is, it's one of the coolest things in the whole world. So I tried it. I understand, as someone who has two brothers that I'm very close with, and a father, you know, obviously I have a mom too, but I have two brothers and a dad that we all grew up very close, right? We all have very similar hobbies, so we game together, right? So for families that are geographically separated, I understand the allure of Tabletop Simulator, but for tabletop wargaming, it's not my thing. I like it, just like I like RTS games, but I get why people do like it. It's just playing tabletop RPG games or tabletop war games on TTS. It doesn't scratch it for me. There's nothing wrong with it. It may work for other people, but there's just something about painted models. I don't know. Maybe I'm an elitist. But that's just me. I know it works for a lot of people. I've never poo-pooed on it. I'm not an elitist. Nah, by all means, whatever. It's your time off. However you want to spend it, as long as it's legal and not hurting anybody, you do you. But there's just something about a good, you know, like cracking jokes face to face. The sound of click-clack math rocks, you know, bouncing around a tray, because live by the tray, die by the tray. I absolutely love it. And before I know 3 minutes past, I'm getting to the railroad, I promise. Before I lean into the railroad, that is one thing why I'm kind of excited, because as I've read the rules, because I have I'm making my way for the second time through the Leviathan, because that's what I have. I have the rulebook for 10th edition, but I have the Leviathan, so it has the Crusade rules in the back.
and why I'm kind of leaning towards this Crusade thing. If I like how because I heard Tinted isn't easy to learn, which is kind of cool. So I like the rules for it and the mechanics, absent the fucking card mechanic, which I know I don't like, but I'll try. That's what makes me want to lean into the Crusade, because you care about your units. Not every model, maybe in some armies, like in the Custodians probably, but every unit has a name. Every unit is like its own kind of character. They have their own battle flaws and battle honors. Like, you really give a shit. Speaking about 4 other games, it reminded me of shit, now I can't think of the name of it. Man, that's the bad thing about these streams in the morning, my memory shit. But anyways, there's a video game out there, it's an RTS. Tom Clancy's shit, I don't know. It's in the whole Ghost Recon range, I forget what it's called. Anyways, it was a big RTS for Tom Clancy. No one liked it, I liked it, it was voice controlled, good shit. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make about it is you had your unit, you know, it could have been a squadron, could have been a troop, could have been, you know, a company, depending on what type of org you brought, like were you air assault or something like that, doesn't matter. But the point was you had units. And when you deployed these units, they got veterancy, and you could unlock upgrades for them. And when they got taken out in the game, they weren't destroyed. Like when they got down to 25%, they were combat ineffective and they popped a flare. And then a helicopter came in. Yes, thank you. End war. Oh, you guys are awesome. I lean on chat too much. You guys are too good to me. I appreciate it. But yes, exactly what I'm talking about. End war. I love End war. Play the shit out of it. I still do. So, yeah, when your units go down 25%, they pop up a flare, and a helicopter comes to evac them out of there. Now, they can still get killed. If you're playing a particularly shitty opponent, he will kill your units. Especially if you're playing a long campaign. Yeah, he doesn't want you to get veteran units. He will kill them. But, they can actually get like picked up and taken away, and they'll survive, and they still kind of keep going. So that's something I kind of like about, or what I think I like about Crusade, is you're gonna have to, you don't play with like reckless abandon, like, oh no, I lost. I mean, you can, but it doesn't matter. You're like, oh, I can lose this squad. You're like, oh man, if this squad survived, you know, if they get killed, you have to like roll a dice and see if they get, you know, battle scars and stuff like that. But you play a little bit more careful with your units, you know, you kind of care a little bit more. This all circles back to why I like tabletop over TTS. Is like, you know, these models have a story to them, you know, it's just a really cool attachment to your models. But all right, 6 minutes passed. Today, the word of today is late. So let me take a long sip of this deliciousness and we'll launch right into the railroad. All right. All right, so the Fallout Railroad. I'll be working on our other beach overlook. Fallout Railroad. Okay, so for those of you who've never played Fallout 4 or Fallout 3, Railroad was first mentioned, as far as I'm aware of, in Fallout 3. There's a mission in Fallout 3. In this mission, as you know, Fallout, like many other games, kind of like Hell Earth 2, takes a lot of inspiration, very open source, almost very publicly, from other sci-fi genres. So, going all the way back to what cyberpunk is, you start talking about the android's dream of electric sheep. And, you know, when you read that book, there's other ones like Neuromancer, some other really good, it's a whole cyberpunk deep dive, right? So you start getting into what cyberpunk is. That's one of the big books, is Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? And that was adapted into an amazing movie called Blade Runner. And they reference that a bit in some different Fallout 3 games. And then that whole idea of androids and replication, and are they people, are they not people, that is a really good talking point in the sci-fi world. It's a really cool thing to kind of address in a sci-fi world. What makes an android versus a real human? Like, what is the separation between humanity and replication? It's a fun topic, right? So Fallout approached it with Fallout 3 with a quest for the replicated man. So there was a runaway, what we'll call a synthetic human, or a synth, that escaped from the Institute. The Institute is up in the Boston Commonwealth. Fallout 3 takes place in DC. And so when you go to Rivet City, which is a city made out of an old aircraft carrier, I won't say who it is because I'm not going to spoil it. Fallout is timeless, so I try not to give out too many spoilers. Fallout 3, I think, is timeless. So Fallout 4, I'll probably spoil a little bit. It is what it is. But Fallout 3 is timeless. I'm not going to say who it is, 'cause I want you to find it. Or who the synth is. But one of the people in Rivet City is a synth. Turtles on their backs. Yeah, I get the reference. Yep. The Void Minecraft test. Or something like that. Anyways, so there's a synthetic human in Rivet City, and so the Institute sends down someone from what we now know as the Synth Retention Bureau, the SRB, to go retrieve him. Actually, they send like an actual human, not just another synth. They actually send a human down there to go pick him up. And so through the course, you find out who the synth is, and you can choose to either return him to the Institute, or you can help him set up a whole new life. So what are synths? So the Institute, which is a faction in Fallout 4. Again, I'm trying to avoid as many spoilers as I can for all the games. So they're a faction of Fallout 4. They decided to try and create synthetic humans as a way to try to kind of recover from nuclear fallout, right? You know, they're safe underground, and so they're creating all these synths. So they have different generations. So think of it kind of like your phones. Like think like first, second generation like iPhone, right? Versus what an iPhone is now. So, you know, first, second generations, they don't pass for humans. They just look like, almost like Necrons, just like metal bodies, right? It wasn't until they got a hold of, I can't spoil that either. Okay, it wasn't until they got a hold of something very important and someone very important that they were able to start creating Generation 3 synthetic humans using this human DNA. And so as such, this person that they create it from becomes very important to the Institute. So they start creating synthetic humans that can actually pass for humans, like 100%. The only difference is when you kill them in the game, they'll have a synth component on them, right? But they are synthetic humans. And you gotta remember, the Institute is full of nerd scientists. So it's a whole bunch of scientists working underground. Here's the problem. It takes a lot to run an underground bunker. It takes a lot of maintenance, a lot of hard work. And everyone has a doctor's degree, or what they think is a doctor's degree, like 300 years later. Everyone's smart, everyone's special. So who does the menial labor? Well, when you can just create robots and create synthetic humans, you know, why would you... why wouldn't you just use these... Sorry, I was trying to catch up on chat. Why wouldn't you use these synthetic humans to just do these menial tasks, right? And so they started using more and more synths to do just normal day-to-day tasks. I'm talking facility maintenance, security, things like that. So they start using more and more synths. So then that brings in the question is, what is the difference, you know, but not just between these synths and these humans, because if synths can be humans, what's the question between slavery? And if you create these machines that are autonomous, that have, you know, conscience, you know, is that considered slavery? So here's the problem. The Institute starts trying to figure out what's going on in the wastelands. They start putting out synth patrols. When they put out like metal robots, that scares people. When they start putting out these synthetics that can pass for humans, they can start spying more. So they start spying on what's going on up there in the Commonwealth, and they're scared that if the Commonwealth, the area of Boston, basically pulls itself together by its bootstraps and gets strong enough, they may discover the Institute. And if they discover the Institute, they come knocking, they may have more military force in the Institute, and they may force them to surface or force themselves into the Institute and ruin their little paradise, supposedly, that they have going on. And so their job is to, or what the Institute is trying to do, is trying to but in a lower term, just fuck with the Commonwealth as much as possible and keep them scattered. They don't want the Commonwealth uniting. They unite, they'll become strong, they could become the next Brotherhood of Steel, who knows? It's like, hey, if we just keep fucking with them, and it's like the opposite of Star Trek, we just keep fucking with them and keep them from evolving or organizing, then they'll always stay just a wasteland. That's perfectly fine. So they keep sabotaging all the stuff the Commonwealth tries to do. They try to do like this big, huge meeting of all the different factions, so they sneak in a synth, and then a bomb goes off and people get killed. It's this whole huge thing. And they keep abducting people, you know, interrogating them, finding out information, and then they replace them on the surface with a synth. And then they get a lot of merchants. A lot of the spoiler, a lot of the traveling merchants for Fallout 4 are sympathizers for the Institute, and they spy for the Institute. So, and people keep freaking out, and they keep doing this like public things. Like someone will literally be seeing themselves the synth, and they'll freak out, and you know, the guards don't know who to shoot. They don't know who's telling the truth, and they just keep fucking with people, right? They keep using fear to kind of keep the Commonwealth in line. Yeah, a lot of people say the synth can also clone animals, like they have gorillas and shit like that. So they're also cloning birds. So a lot of the birds are cameras for the Institute, right? All right, so that's the Institute, and they create synths. Now, some of these synths, there's a person in the Institute. I won't say who it is, because again, try not to ruin it for you. He is helping the synths run away. Now, the Institute doesn't like that. They have something called Synth Retention Bureau, the SRB. The SRB has these special badass synths that are like combat trained, whose sole job is to hunt down renegade and runaway synths, snatch their ass, and bring those toasters back to the Institute for reprogramming and probably a cuff about the ears, right? So there is someone in the Institute who's helping these synths run away. And so when they get to the outside world, there's nowhere to go, right? And they're not socialized, so they stick out pretty well, and a lot of times they would get used and abused by the Commonwealth. So then you start having a organization function who took the name of the Railroad. Now that is a nod to the Underground Railroad. Fun historical fact, what a lot of people don't know, is the Underground Railroad ran north and south. What I mean by that, a lot of people just think the Underground Railroad was during the American Civil War, and it took renegade or runaway slaves up north to free lands. What a lot of people don't know, not getting political with it, no one freak out or come at me. When you talk about the Emancipation Proclamation, this is relevant to the railroad. It didn't just free all the slaves in what was known as the United States, or what would colloquially be known as the United States now. That only freed slaves in the Confederate States. There were still states and territories part of the Union where slavery was still authorized, and runaway slaves would not be free. So a lot of people don't know that. So the Underground Railroad didn't just run into the North/Union lines. It generally ran all the way up into Canada, or what a lot of people don't know is it ran south to parts of Florida. And this is particularly before the American Civil War. So before the American Civil War, before Florida was a state, St. Augustine was a very popular destination for runaway slaves. To be, smuggled down there safely, and to be either given land there in Florida, or to be safely, shipped out to other countries wherever they want to go. So a lot of people don't know. That's kind of a rundown history, very quick snapshot history of the Underground Railroad. Includes the parts that history books don't talk about for some reason. Another thing people don't talk about for some reason is, oh shit, now I'm forgetting her name. Harriet Tubman. So Harriet Tubman is a super interesting character to look into, not for the things you'll find in a history book, but what a lot of people don't know is it's never recorded whether she killed anyone or not. I'm pretty fucking sure she did, but she, no bullshit, acted as like a lead scout, and they gave her actual command. Like it's something you do in the military where you transfer your command to whoever's in the foremost position. So they transferred command to her, and she legit led a raid during the American Civil War. So she wasn't just like, helping people get away. She also was a pretty big badass. Definitely worth looking up in history. But all right, getting back to it. All right. Back to the railroad. So now you know where they get their name for the railroad, right? Helping people, sneak away from organization to become freed. And so the railroad kind of starts up, and by nature they can't do it by brute force. They have to be more clandestine. So they have to be kind of sneaky beaky about it, right? So they start running these little small groups and small operations, and with some limited success. There's some starting people. Now they discover an old war organization. They stumbled across something called the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. What that is it's one of the premier intelligence agencies for America, and they're the sneaky beaky spies. So in the Fallout universe, imagine kind of like what the OSS would have led into after the war, right? For like 300 years, it's the DIA. So they start using DIA facilities, and as they're there's a whole bunch of, and you can see it in the game too, there's a whole bunch of covert military manuals everywhere on like how to do, sneaky beaky stuff. And so they start learning how to actually be like secret spies. They start developing, call signs for everything. They start developing rail sign, which we'll cover here in a minute. Now, one of these androids escapes. They help smuggle him all the way down into the DC wastelands, and that's what leads into you finding him in Fallout 3 and helping him get away. Now, it's my headcanon that the character you are in Fallout 3 becomes Deacon in Fallout 4, and we'll talk about who Deacon is. So we're talking about the Fallout, and the question is, why are they just helping runaway synths? They're like, yes, but... And here's the question everyone wants attacks the railroad for. Why is that more important than helping out settlers? Like the Minutemen help out all the settlers, where railroad just focuses on synths. I think the railroad you run into, it seems very one-dimensional. It seems like kind of like a battered faction, but I think that's on purpose because it's compartmentalized. That's the only mission that part of the railroad knows. I think the railroad spreads all throughout the Fallout part of the United States. It has different names where we go. Like, I think the Mojave Express in New Vegas is another one of the railroad organizations. I have my own Lord headcanon for what it is for the I ran a Fallout RPG that happened between Texas and Florida, known as the Glowing Gulf. And they had something called the Signalmen, which is very similar, but it was mostly like radio DJs and other people, but getting away from that. So for what you see in Fallout 4, the railroad just focuses on synths. Now I think that's only part of the game, or part of the plan for the overall, we'll call it the overall railroad. So the overall railroad, what I think they want is to, crack down on, because when you crack down on slavery, you're cracking down on a lot of evils. Because slavery isn't just forced labor, which would be popular in the apocalypse, right? You also have sex trafficking of children. You also have indentured servants, people signing bad contracts. A lot of things can fall under slavery. And then you have slavery due to chem use. You see that in Fallout 3. Some ghouls will work for certain bar owners because they keep them high. Same thing with prostitution. Because when you go back into it and you look into the history of prostitution, there's a difference between prostitution that's ran out of a brothel that's owned by a madam, people who are voluntarily participating and taking a wage, versus people who are trafficked, right? Those are two separate types of prostitution. You gotta look in the Wild West and then you apply it to the Wasteland, right? So they're trying to crack down on, very similar to the Temple of the Union in Fallout 3. Yeah, there's different, as I said, there's different, kind of like how the Brotherhood of Steel has different chapters, the Railroad has different chapters, but they have different names, and there's no obvious connections between them other than the mission, and that's for insular security, and that's how terror cells, or I shouldn't say terror cell, I mean, that's what we call it now, but any type of asymmetrical warfare organization, that's how they would operate. They would be insular. That way, when you catch one cell, it won't bring the whole faction down. Like if you bomb Sadie Sands, it won't bring down the whole NCR. If you were to nuke the railroad in Boston, it won't stop the Temple of the Union. It won't stop the Mojave Express in my headcanon, or the Signalmen, or the Locomotives, or any of these other factions that could be railroad. So in Fallout, the reason why I think they're focusing on synths is synths are a very powerful tool in the Fallout thing. Kind of like how, so if you look at the Brotherhood of Steel, they have power armor, right? That's always been their thing, power armor, laser rifles, and that type of tech. When you look in Fallout 2, what made the Enclave so powerful wasn't just their power armor, they also had vertibirds, which now the Brotherhood of Steel have in Fallout 3 and 4 and in the show. So technology is power for the Wasteland, right? Power armor's already used, vertibirds already used. The Brotherhood of Steel owns the skies, and they kind of own the land with their power armor, right? Now the Enclave kind of crumbled a little bit, and we'll get to the Enclave. There's a whole other section of like the Dark Railroad, which we'll talk about, which is really cool too. But that'll be the end of it. So since a lot of that technology is already kind of covered, power armors and vertibirds, what other technology is out there? Synths. The Institute is using synths, and it's highly effective. So the railroad figures out, if we can free the synths, if we can find these freed synths, and they always offer the synths. So when they free the synths, they offer the synths a mind wipe. Like, hey, we can take you, we can give you a mind wipe so you don't remember anything. We can just put you in the world as a regular human, for good or for bad. And there have been synths who are synths are very effective. They're basically like superpowered humans, right? There are synths who become raider leaders. They end up creating their own raider factions. You got to go and kill them too, So when you free a synth, you're giving them free choice. They can do that for good or bad, right? They're not always going to be good people. So they offer these synths mind wipes, but sometimes... Hey, what's going on, Damned Legion? So yeah, as I keep going, sorry, let me paint while I chat here. Sorry, I was catching up on the chats. So yeah, so they offer mind wipes, but a lot of these synths, like a good example is you look at Glory. Not a spoiler alert, Glory's the synth, everyone knows that. So Glory is a freed synth, and she decides to become a, we'll talk about what the ranks are for the railroad. She becomes a railroad heavy, and she fights for the railroad to free other synths. So what I think is, the railroad goes for the synths first so that they can get as many synths as possible. Because when you get these synths, you can spread them out all through they can walk through like the wasteland. Like, they're super powerful, right? They're almost as powerful as like vault dwellers, you know, if you really kind of think about it. So if they get a whole bunch of these synths, they can send them out through the whole thing, and they create all these more cells, and they can eradicate the evil of slavery in the wasteland, and then try and rebuild society. It's hard to rebuild society when slavery is going on. So that's why I think they're going for the synths first. Everyone's like, why do they care so much about the synths? It's like the synths are the last, not the last, but it's one of the few powers that are available in the wasteland. The show talks about another one. What about cold fusion? New Vegas talks about another one. What about clean water? You know, clean water, and you know, you have Helios 1, and also the energy created by the dam. That's what makes New Vegas so popular. It's a clean source of water and power. It's huge, right? So everyone's fighting over these different things. And same thing, when you play New Vegas, when you find out what the platinum chip does, that's a huge power in the wasteland as well. You're fighting over these like huge powers. So Fallout 4 to me, with the Railroad versus Institute, is a fight over the synths and how to use the synths. So the Railroad gets the synths, it actually makes it a legitimate faction. So let's talk about how the Railroad actually works. So they have compartmentalized cells. They have safe houses. You know, all the safe houses, they do all your classic Cold War spy stuff. So you have, hold on, let me grab a brush real quick. Sorry, I reorganized my brush drawer. Okay, so you have all your Cold War spy stuff. So you have dead drops, cutouts, double cutouts, honeypots. I mean, you have all the classic stuff, right? So that you actually do use dead drops. They have something called rail sign, which is really cool. So they use these little chalk marks, and they'll kind of make drawings everywhere, kind of like graffiti, kind of like old hobo signs, which is where they get the name railroad from, old hobo signs. Or if you're in Europe, I don't know if this term's still permissible, so bear with me. But gypsy signs, and I'm not talking about the Romani, I'm talking about actual gypsies, so like the homeless transient population all throughout Europe. They'll make signs. I do know this because I had to go on missions with the Carabinieri to kind of break up camps. They'll put signs all around like houses or roads, letting you know, hey, you know, food here, dog there, you know, stay away from here, good stuff here, that kind of stuff. So there's rail sign, and there are different rail signs like, hey, there's a weapons cache nearby, there's an ally nearby, you know, point of interest, oh, hey, danger. There'll be all sorts of, take care. Hey, what's going on, Squid Fist? 80 Empire Infantry, nice, Squid Fist, nice. So they have rail sign written everywhere. They do dead drops. That's the way you don't have to actually get caught talking to anyone. They kind of like do a recording, drop it somewhere, and you go by, pick it up. So their rank structure. So you, the first thing they have is called tourist. So what a tourist is a tourist is not actually part of the railroad. They're a sympathizer, someone you can trust to kind of help out if need be. Kind of like how the Institute has merchants who inform for them. The railroad has tourists. Tourists can be anybody, right? Next up from the tourists, you have a runner. So what a runner is someone who specializes in basically not being detected and picking up those dead drops. So there's someone who we'll talk later, between tourists and agents and headquarters or safe houses. That way you don't always have your agents at a safe house. You don't always have your agents, because in the game, it's funny. In Fallout 4, they should have done more dead drops. Like, most of your missions should have been from dead drops. Or, you know, Drummer Boy, who's your runner, everyone uses call signs too. So Drummer Boy, who's your runner, he should have came and found you in the wasteland all the time. The only time, it should have been very rare to go to a railroad headquarters, right? Because you don't want to keep going there back and forth, and showing people where your headquarters is. That's why I use a runner. And dead drops. It's like the game set stuff up, but then it didn't want to use it. Let me grab my Agrax Earth Shade. So I can still keep it a paint and chat. I'll still chat. There it is. So what we're doing is we hit this piece of terrain. We're going with the classic lazy combo. We're gonna be using Agrax Earth Shade on a Seer Gray primered area. So anyways, that's what runners do. So next one for runners, you have agents. Agents are the main players in the railroad. They're the ones who do all the missions, get all the shit done, right? Then you have what you would call like directors, or like the boss of the railroad. There's something in between agents and them that's called heavies. So what a heavy is they're kind of like an agent but less subtle. They're about as subtle as a brick through a plain glass window. If anyone knows what that reference is, a brick through a plate glass window, let me know. That's actually a reference to something. Heavies are exactly what they describe. They wear heavy armor. They carry, weapons like miniguns or rail guns or stuff like that, and they're there to just fuck shit up. So when stuff goes south, you call in a heavy. If you need to do something subtle, you call in an agent. Now, I've added some other ranks in there. Like, I like to talk about, like porters, which are kind of like runners, but they run safe houses. I like the term locomotives. Locomotives are heavies, but they're in power armor, so like super, super badass. And so with that, the railroad has different agents. We talked about this. So when you join the railroad, you actually get to pick your own call sign, which is kind of cool. But the railroad has a current agent called Deacon. So Deacon is a male who's about 20 or 30. That means age-wise, he definitely could have been the lone wanderer from the third game. And in the third game, there's a quote in the very beginning of the game. Your father keeps giving you references this quote from the Bible. It's important, not just religiously, but it has to do with the plot of the game. And it has to do with your mother, and who, we'll go into that. So the father keeps referencing this Bible quote, says it's important to him and your mother. And as you grow up, that quote comes into play very heavily into the game. And I think that's why Deacon chose the name Deacon, is when he went to, Boston, because of what happened in Fallout 3, he chose that name Deacon as a reference to that religious quote. Anyways, so Deacon is a very good agent, very good at what he does, super good at blending in. He keeps going to like a face surgeon to alter his face, very, very good at clandestine operations. And he's been around for a long time. The railroad had a headquarters underneath this isn't a spoiler, so it's underneath a coffee shop, and it was the DIA headquarters, right? So the Institute found out about it, raided him, killed a whole bunch of them. And since then, they're kind of on the ropes. What I think it is, I think Desdemona is not the real head of the railroad. I think Deacon is. But in classic fashion, she appears to be the headquarters person. She appears to be in charge, because if anything ever happens to her, they try and cut the head off the snake. That's not the real head. It's like a false Hydra, right? So I think Deacon is the one who's actually running that Boston chapter of the railroad. So now you have that. So I think Deacon kind of leads it. So when you meet him, that's kind of how it goes. So that's kind of the railroad. They operate in a very clandestine nature. They do a lot of dead drops, a lot of rail signs. I'll tell you some of my favorite lore stuff to attach to the railroad. Not only that Deacon is the lone wanderer from Fallout 3, but I think the courier from New Vegas is a freed synth. I think he was a synth. He had a mind wiped, and he was, shipped out west. I think he just became a courier. Maybe he was, and in my headcanon, the Mojave Express is like its own railroad chapter. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, right? But I think, he accepted the platinum chip mission. He got shot in the head, right? So here's some other lore canon. Let me know if you're ready for this stuff. This stuff's kind of cool. All right. So when you play Fallout 4, you can choose between Nate and Nora. Nate, which is the canonical male, Nate is a war hero. He's a war veteran. That's how he is able to know how to use power armor and stuff like that. It references a lot, right? He, war's hell, or war never changes. So, and again, this is just my own headcanon. I'm not saying it's official stuff. It's just my own headcanon, right? About the courier. I like thinking the courier's a synth. I think it's kind of cool. So Nate is a war veteran. So everyone talks about, what about Nora? What if you play as the female? So what we do know is she has a law degree. We know that. And when you play the game, she's able to use power armor. I think it was just a gameplay thing, but my own headcanon to explain it, you guys may or may not like this. I think it's super cool. Is, remember, they were pre-war and her husband was a war veteran and they got access to the vault. They say it's because of him, but who knows? Why would they get access to the vault? Here's my headcanon, right? This will blow your mind. I think Nora was DIA. I think with her law degree, I think Nora was actually a DIA agent before the war, or for the Defense Intelligence Agency. I think she was actual Enclave, like real Enclave, pre-war Enclave. And I think that's why she got a spot, not just in any vault, but they had a new house in a neighborhood right by a vault that had cryogenics. And that's also why her and her husband and her kid were some of the only people who survived the cryogenics of that vault. Right? So I think she was actual Enclave, and that's how she knows how to use power armor, because she's a trained government agent. So she's always my canonical go-to, because then you can take a look at the Railroad. Is you have to look at Fallout 2 and look at Fallout 3, right? The Brotherhood of Steel beats the Enclave in open warfare, right? Or technically, the Chosen One beats the Enclave in Fallout 2, and then the Lone Wanderer and Brotherhood of Steel beat Enclave in Fallout 3. So I think the Enclave figured out that they can't just exist in the open like that anymore. They have to kind of go underground. So what I think is, in Fallout 4, I think the Enclave is behind. I think they want to take over the Institute, so I think they're behind the Railroad, or they could be. If you want to go the Dark Railroad route, you could say the Enclave, through Nora, is trying to take over the Railroad through all the DIA, so through Pam and stuff like that. You find all these more DIA caches and more technology. They're behind it, and also they're behind the Gunners too. I think the Enclave is behind the Gunners, and they're trying to like rebuild kind of underground. And so for their visual presence is through the Gunners, and they're trying to take over the Railroad, collect the synths, because like I said, the synths are like one of the big MacGuffins that you can use to control the Wasteland. So I think that's kind of a cool thing to explain. The whole Nora thing, like how can Nora use power armors? I think she's an old DIA agent. So that's always my thought, I thought that's kind of cool. Just one of my own like kind of headcanons. So the Railroad, like I said, they're a super cool faction. They have through find these DIA caches through Pam. Pam's a predictive analysis machine. They find her in the switchboard, which is the old DIA headquarters underneath the coffee station. She's a predictive analyst machine, so she's what gives the Railroad the ability to predict a lot of stuff and kind of makes them a lot more. She's like a force multiplier for them. The Brotherhood of Steel really want that fucking shit too. I got a MacGuffin. What do you mean she's not old? No, I meant she's like from the old world. If that makes sense. She's not old, but she's like from the before times. So, it's funny. And I had that headcanon a lot. And then when you watch the show, and you find out, some of the stuff later on in the show, you're like, oh shit, okay. That's very similar to what I thought about Nora. Anywho, yes, the Railroad, they find these DIA caches. They find ballistic fiber. So, oh, that's good. Yep, Nora's a Chinese spy. That works too. They get ballistic weave, so you can start getting actual regular clothing and just start putting ballistic weave fiber into it. And that's the only reason why people ever actually play the Railroad, just to get access to the ballistic fiber and putting it in clothes. So it's a shame. I think it's a cool faction. The faction has a lot of cool room to grow. So I will tell you this: the last thing is their countersign. So one of their signs and countersigns, very similar to like Flash, Thunder, and stuff like that. And sign countersign is still something you use in the military a lot, particularly on like security stuff. So theirs is, do you have a Geiger counter? That's the question. And their proper response is, mine is in the shop. So anytime you see someone have like a shirt that has like a lantern on it, or it says, hey, do you have a Geiger counter? The reply is, mine's in the shop. You're kind of in the know for the Railroad. It had huge potential. I just feel like they kind of squandered it a little bit. You could have done a lot with it. But at the same token, say they with New Vegas. I know they ran out of time on New Vegas where they could flesh out Caesar's Legion, but it's unfortunate. CB Cooper, that's definitely mentioned in the show, but I'm trying to think. I'm not sure if it's mentioned in Fallout 4. I may have to go back and play and take a look. It's definitely mentioned in the show. But a lot of people are like, hey, how could you like the railroad? They're not really doing much for the common, settlements. They're not really allying anybody. But that's one of the reasons why I do like them is they're not a at this time they don't appear to be a government like a new form of government. What I mean by that is when you play New Vegas, you hear a lot about the NCR versus Mr. House versus Brotherhood of Steel versus Caesar's Legion, and it brings up the whole and. I don't talk about politics often, but just in the realm of the game, and I mean this just in the realm of the game, it brings up a good question about, what are politics in the wasteland? Can you take modern day politics and try to apply them to the wasteland? Spoiler alert, it doesn't translate well, So that's one of the things one of the problems the NCR is running into is they're trying to rebuild America based off the old, political system, which may work well in modern times, but maybe won't work well in the wasteland. Maybe it's kind of interesting because humans will often trade freedom for security, and that's just a common thing now. Now you apply that in the wasteland when there's slavers and super mutants and giant rad scorpions. People are willing to give up a lot more for security from those things, so it adds a lot more to the whole political thing going on in Fallout. So that's what I like about the railroad is they're not even going to dabble in that. Like, no, we're just going to let the settlements do themselves. The railroad's like, no, we're not gonna tell these settlements how to rule. They're gonna rise and fall on their own merits. We're just here to, what I think in my head canon, they're just there to stop slavery. That's it. Whatever system of government comes after that, we'll see if it rises or falls on its own merits. They're just trying to eliminate slavery. Which, to me, of all the things to do in the wasteland, I can get behind that. Let humans have the right to choose right or wrong and fall upon their own merits. So, yep. Oh, yeah. There's the famous quote. Yep, Mike, CB Cooper, you guys get it. Yeah, I'm amazed Mr. House never references that quote, but yeah, Fallout is very interesting. It's a lot more, it's a very, very good IP, a very good lens to look at things. But that's why I like the Railroad faction. I like the whole Cold War aesthetic. Oh, my other headcanon is I like to in Fallout 4, I like to do the Silver Shroud quest very early on, and I like to use the Silver Shroud as my character, speaking in character as much as possible when I play for the Railroad. So that's kind of cool, especially when I play as like Nate, the male one. So when I play Fallout factions, like my Railroad faction, it has my main guy, and he's dressed as the Silver Shroud, which I think is kind of cool. Because if you guys aren't familiar with Fallout, you have a lot of video game characters in the Fallout world that people basically become. So you have like the Antagonizer and the Mechanist, and the Mechanist returns again in Fallout 4, so it's kind of cool to be the Silver Shroud. So this is one of those things, how like people are like, oh, did you know in Lord of the Rings when Aragorn kicks that helmet, he actually kicked it for real and broke his toe? There's one of those things like, hey, did you know this thing that everybody knows? So I'm about to say one of those for Fallout. Maybe everybody knows this, maybe everybody doesn't, but keep that silver. I recommend doing the Silver Shroud quest very early on and keep that costume. And when you do the whole Mechanist side quest, every time when you come across her, do it as a Silver Shroud, right? It's pretty cool. Also, when you go to Nuka World, when you go to the Western section, go dressed as the Silver Shroud. There's actually special dialogue for it. As a guy who played the whole game of Silver Shot, I learned a lot of cool stuff. So if you guys are dying for Fallout content, I do recommend there's a lot of good YouTube shorts that I think are even better than the show. So if you've never seen Red Star, it's really good. It's a little Fallout short. It's part of the whole, I'm trying to think of the name of it. There's a whole Fallout YouTube thing, Nuka Break. It's part of the whole Nuka Break lore series. But it does a good job of talking about slavery, for a short anyway. It does a good job of talking about slavery and Fallout and why it makes sense. Like, he comes across a bunch of slaves that are owned by a super mutant. You know, when he tries to free them, they freak out. Like, they don't want to leave. I mean, they don't want to be slaves, but they're protected by a super mutant who's somewhat fair. You know, and he protects them from the wasteland, so... It's an interesting thing. Without getting political about it, you know, an absent-minded political discussion. Fallout is very... But that's my big thing with Fallout. I enjoy talking about it. I'm a huge fan of the lore, obviously, and the IP, but... When people get into Fallout discussions, particularly political ones, that's something I think they always forget about is the wasteland itself, the biggest character. You know, your political views now may or may not translate through the wastelands, you know? So fun talk, not a bad lore break for like 45 minutes. Yeah, I love the Railroad faction is my go-to guys. I thoroughly enjoy them. They have their armor is just like they wear like leather coats with like sewn up metal in them and stuff like that. They're pretty neat. Larkin is in command. Sean Autry in your comment cracks me up. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, another little fan lore thing I like about New Vegas. There's been plenty of people who try to disprove it, and that's fine, that's fair. Because there's also the whole thing of when you look at like the Mad Max series. So when you go back and you watch the original Mad Max movie, then the second, the third one, you know, who run Bartertown? And then you watch Fury Road, you're like, is this the same Mad Max? Is it not? He looks different, but his legs also hurt. He drives the same car. So I always like to reference that when I talk about, you know, post-apocalyptic kind of storytelling. So I call it the Mad Max theory. And what it is that it's kind of like an unreliable narrator, kind of a spin-off, is these become folk tales, basically. So these are passed down like a game of telephone, you know, again and again. So a lot of times these stories of the wasteland are told with this one character in it, not as the main character sometimes, but almost as a side character, just as a way of telling the story. You know, it's kind of like how a character is always kind of like in the background of stuff going on, but they're kind of telling a story as it goes on. So I think it also happens with Fallout too. You get a lot of stories that maybe they're true, maybe they're not true, but the whole point is the story being told. And with that, I think in New Vegas, I think No Bark Noonan is actually the chosen one from Fallout 2. It's another fun little head theory. It's like, okay, Mad Max already talked about previous statement. So that's and that's why I have a second channel. You know, that's all post-apocalyptic stuff. I plan on covering, you know, Gaslands, Fallout, my Warhammer 40k orcs, you know, all my kind of post-apocalyptic stuff in there. It's an interesting genre. But yeah, as someone who also likes Cyberpunk and Blade Runner, stuff like that, I also was really partial to the Railroad for that as well. It's kind of a cool little nod towards, you know, do Android stream of Electric Sheep. But already getting back on it, we're probably gonna try and knock out this piece of terrain. We've got the Dune coat on all the mummies, so next time I'll just be picking the bones and putting the eyes in, and they should be, and basing them. They should be just about done. Honestly, finishing up Marvel. But yeah, I'm happy to talk about anything you guys want to talk about. I'm kind of happy our little lore break was Fallout this time. As you can tell, I'm super passionate about it. I enjoy talking about it. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, the mummies are cool. I really enjoy using these mummies. The hard thing is trying to get, like, battle ready, get, like, 3 colors on them. You know, their bones are one color, their wrappings are another, and then you have the basing, which is another color. But that's why I do the eyes purple. And the purple really pops. It's really cool looking. No, you're good. No, they are. They're counts as Totem Core, so same. Ooh, Ginny, that sounds cool. The Acadians. No, one of the best tabletop RPGs I ran. I used Fallout, kind of used like Fallout Wasteland Warfare, like that style of gameplay, but I mixed Gaslands and Zona Alpha, and I made like a Mad Max style TTRPG, and it was absolutely awesome. I know. Every time I go in to update it, you already beat me to it, so I'm like, oh, okay, well, fuck. All right, I'll move on to the next one. With the exception of Cosmic, I was just about to reach out when you knocked that out, so I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, every time I get around to it, Larkin, you've already, not Larkin. Every time I get around to it, Sean, you've already beat me to it, so I'm like, all right. I appreciate it. I'll make sure you were known as the person who led the Penal Legion for this painting event. I'll make sure you get all the glory. Cause I don't want to do it in the first place, but somebody had to, you know? I'm like, oh shit. For those who don't know, Sean has been helping out tremendously, basically soloing it, keeping track of all the painting vows for the Penal Legion. So with that being said, my last thing about Fallout or post-apocalyptic stuff, for those of you who haven't seen A Boy and His Dog, the movie, I highly recommend it. Which is crazy because, like I said, it's Don Johnson, I want to say, from Miami Vice, which is insane. But if you've never seen it, I would definitely recommend watching that. The movie's dark, first off. The movie is very dark, right? It's not for kids. So watch that movie and then go back and watch the Fallout show. And you can really see where they got inspiration for Fallout. You start seeing how like vaults work and oh, it's really cool stuff. As far as I'm counting, I mean, we're doing pretty well. I could probably bring up the spreadsheet. I mean, I think we're doing all right. I mean, I don't think we're gonna win the competition. Not that like a trying, but people just like do like Titans and shit. But I will say with people like Ginny and a few others, the Penal Legions actually had like real recruits, not just people punished and sent there. We actually have like real recruits, which is pretty cool. Well, Mad Larkin, I can tell you this: what helps is this stream. So, as Sean put it, he has it ends in October. I want to say. Let me double check on that. So, yes, as Squig Hunter Sean has suffered loudly to assist me with the admin, which I appreciate, I've done my part by trying to run the stream. So it ends October 17th. So you still have about a month and some change. And as much shit as it gets Squig Hunter Sean, I absolutely appreciate all the help it gives. Which, Squig Hunter Sean, let me know when you finish your Stompas, because I'm going to send you some orcs to keep. Please don't send them back to me. I'm going to send you a team of commandos to paint up Miami style, if you're interested. And I'm going to paint the same ones up Miami style. And this is our mutual Wa Vice orc army we're working on. Let me know if you're down for that. I don't want to like burden you with more models to paint. I just want to iterate, you're not painting them for me. Please don't send them back to me. I don't know how I got here. Don't forget to collect your free shiv, Jenny. Yeah, right. Arcade ends right as we go on our event. It'd be Tubbs, who is Crockett. I like to think I'm Crockett and he's Tubbs, but I don't know. I think I can imagine Squig Hunter Sean with a sawed-off double-barreled, so I'd say he's more of the Tubbs. So what we're working on is we're just applying Agrax Artist Shade to our Cedar Gray primer. Takes a couple coats. Then once we get that in, we'll do our wooden floor and we'll be good. Yeah, that's gonna be one of my favorite orc models to build. I'm gonna get the closest scale I can to orc vehicles, but I'm going to get a Testarossa and paint it white. I'm going to put 2 orcs in it. I'll probably put a shock rifle on it and run it as a shock jump drag stick, because I think that's the fastest car the orcs have. From all the lore I've read and the books I've read, I'm pretty sure the shock jump drag stick is the fastest. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Larkin. So, even just pick one color. Like whatever models you're gonna work on, just pick one color and just like see if you can batch paint 5. You know, just do like brown boots or something like that. You know, it's just like going to the gym, which I need to do more of, obviously. But you know, a bad day at the gym is better than a good day on the couch. You know, it's like a bad day of only painting for like 10 minutes on a model is still better than a week of not painting. You know. Shock Jump Dragsta. Yeah, I think the Shock Jump Dragsta is the fastest orc vehicle. So I think those are that's the rule template I'm going to use WYSIWYG for our Testarossa. It took me a while to get that. The Michael Westork, I get it. That's it. For those who don't know, that's a reference to Burn Notice. I'm pretty sure it's like an orc version of Burn Notice, which is an amazing show, by the way. That was a good one, Sean. Sean, that took me took me a little bit. I had to like restart my brain when I saw that one. Nice. Nice. That was a good one. Well done, Sean. You cheeky bastard. Oh, I hear you, Jenny. My schedule's about to change up. Like I said, we just lost a teammate. Not dangerously, like they moved on to something else. So my schedule's about to go crazy. It already has with overtime, but I think as far as bouncing out the teams. Chuck Finley. Oh, yeah. You know what? Damn. Sam Bloodaxe. Yep. That's a really good point. So I've always loved the show Burn Notice, right? It's always one of my favorite shows. But now that kind of makes sense, you know, tying it in. I love Burn Notice, and I love the show Archer. So it makes sense why I like the Railroad so much. You know, for someone who watched shit tons of Burn Notice and Archer in like the early 2010s, that tracks. Now it tracks why I like the Railroad so much. Yeah, so I thought about that too. The scrap jet, I thought it'd be fast because it's basically like a DACA jet without wings, but it's also on treads, you know, so I don't know. But I think the shock drop jacks, especially because it can teleport, I think it's going to be the fastest car. So I'm going to get a Testarossa, I'm going to paint it white, I'm going to just put 2 orcs leaning out the side, you know? I'm going to put a shock rifle on the side and just paint them up as like Tubbs and Crockett. So with that being said, with me, Irish, and some other people talking about possibly starting a crusade thing, that also leads into, so I still have my Konflikt 47 games going on, but if Morning Glory does not end up doing a American Thanatos, I may kind of sneak in, you know, like sneak in and steal it like a Death Skull. So I may try and organize an American Apocalypse 40k game if I end up liking 40k. So if that's something you guys are interested in, let me know. Now, where I would host it would probably be, for those who can't make it to Ocala in Florida, the other place I may think about hosting it may be in Texas, because I know there's a lot of people in Texas. So we'll figure out where's the best place to host it. There's a couple different cities I'm thinking of. I'm going to avoid huge cities. I'm trying to find places that are, you know, small, chill, but also have a lot of hotels. You know, so no, absolutely not. Not in my garage. Fuck no. Absolutely not. Not in a million years. Again, compartmentalization. Absolutely not. Hey, Ronnie G, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? So yeah, the 2 shops I'd be looking at would either be Warp Fire in Ocala, just because they're the large size, or the other place I might be looking at, I'm gonna call them and talk to them. I might be looking at Clockwork Games over in College Station. College Station is it's in close to what you'd call Central Texas. You know, it is west of Houston, closer to San Antonio and Austin, but it's not San Antonio and it's not Austin, thank God. The reason why I'm thinking College Station is because it's a college town, obviously, the name. But more importantly, it has a shit ton of hotels. So if we plan it outside of NCAA football season, most of those hotels should be open for decent prices. Hey, I actually, Tom, I'm actually in that area quite a bit. Um, let me see without. I quite often visit the area of Indiana just north of Louisville quite a bit. So I'm actually in southern Indiana quite a bit here and there. But then again, Kentucky might be a good state actually. Thanks, CB Cooper. I hope so too. I've always loved Warhammer 40k lore. I read all the books long before I was able to like get into the game, you know. And I started with Battlefield Gothic, so same thing. I took a look at boarding action. I was like, oh, boarding action sounds fun. And then I looked at it. I was like, in the terrain, all the stuff required. And then I looked at kill team. I was like, I can just do boarding action, but with kill teams. Seems like a lot easier. So in that whole crusade thing we're talking about, you'll also be mixing in kill team battles here and there. So think of it kind of like the campaign for like old school StarCraft, you know, where sometimes you had like big maps where you build bases and like got stuff like that. And then later on you had some maps where you just had like a small team and you're inside like a space station. Yeah, so like I said, let me host this Clash of the Caribbean. You know, let me not put a cart before a horse. Let me host that first. Let me learn some lessons. Let's see how well that goes. And let me see how well this Crusade's going, and then we may call you guys into it. Because the big, what we're thinking is if the Crusade goes well, then these big apocalyptic battles may just be like some of the big battles during the Crusade, in which case we bring all sorts of people into it. Yeah, Battlefield Gothic. So, obviously it's my bias and my nostalgia, to be fair, but I still think the Battlefield Gothic starter box is the best tabletop war game 2-player starter box. I will. Fallout Factions is good. Fallout Factions is a damn good box. Gentleman's War is a good box. Don't get me wrong, but Battlefield Gothic I think is the best 2-person starter box. Yeah, CB Cooper. So that's what we're kind of looking at for our Crusade. Is we'll do our basically like our campaign shift. Like we'll show like what planets are being attacked, and you know, and what the progress is. You know, once a month. And we're gonna do a once a month meetup. We'll do one on like a Saturday and one probably on a Tuesday. You know, that way people who have different shifts can make it. You know, at different times. They give you 2 different days to try and make it, and you guys can decide on what you want to do. Do you want to do a 500-point battle, 1,000-point battle, 2,000-point battle, depending on where we're at in the Crusade and how much you have in your Crusade list. I think we're going to start at 750 and kind of build up from there. So you can choose, do you want to do like a 500-point or 750-point battle or a 1,000-point battle, or if you only have time, you just want to do a real quick kill team game. And that kill team game can still contribute to the overall campaign narrative. It doesn't affect your Crusade forces, you know, both good and bad. Your kill teams, they'll never experience and rank up. You know, it's not like Necromunda, but at the same point in time, they'll never have battle scars either. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I saw that box and I was like, yeah. I wasn't a big fan of the Battle of the Bulge either. The Island Assault for 2nd edition of Bolt Action, it was alright. I got a lot of use out of it. I actually used every model in that kit. So my Marines went over to my Tomb Raider Indiana Jones style list, my Monuments Men army. And the half track and all the Imperial Japanese stuff got put into my Imperial Japanese army. But yeah, the Imperial versus Crusade versus Chaos Cruisers, man, it was so good. It's such a good box. I get it, Rodney G. It's funny, my local. So yesterday was like the first time I stepped foot in a my Warhammer 40k store. Because I actually have a Warhammer store nearby. First time I've been there since like the end of 8th, you know? The store owner's pretty cool. He actually allows people to play in store. He doesn't care that much, you know? I know how some GW stores don't let you play in the store. He does. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah, I saw the prices. They're insane. But I'm not gonna lie, with the prices being insane, as long as you're not playing at a tournament or playing at a GW store, I think it's just gonna lean into 3D printing, you know? Or cost-effective alternatives. Like, I'm fully excited to see guard players rocking all sorts of Wargame Atlantic stuff, you know? And I think even, and again, I can't speak for everyone, but I think even the most, like, Warhammer 40k purists, I think at this price point will understand people 3D printing. Or, like I said, on the used market, I enjoy wargaming. I have a decent job. You know, I can afford to have a hobby, but even then, I don't go crazy. I said I only bought a kill team because it was on sale. I need trucks. I'm not about to buy that. I love orcs, right? That orc truck kit, if you've never built it, it's a tough kit. And what I mean by that, and I built lots of vehicles, you got to build like the drivetrain. There's like, it's a pain in the ass kit to build. A lot of cool bits, but don't get me wrong, the orc truck's a pain in the ass. So that's why I keep buying beat up rhinos on eBay. Thank God for Primaris Marines, I guess. I mean, I don't like them, but I guess no one uses rhinos anymore, so there's a whole bunch of them on eBay, so I keep picking up rhinos. So I feel like all my trucks are going to be converted rhinos. Right now, the majority of them are. Which kind of makes sense to me. If you're a speed freak, rhinos are pretty quick, and they're pretty well armored. You know, in consideration to orc vehicles. I mean, what orc wouldn't want a rhino? Well, it's funny. So, there's a good YouTuber who does orc stuff. Red Ones Go Faster. Huge fan. He does super cool stuff, right? And he was talking about combat patrols. And I was thinking a really cool combat patrol for GW would be, for the orcs, it would be a Death Skull. A Death Skull combat patrol, and hear me out, it'd be really cool. So I tried to go with, for a combat patrol, it needs to be close to 500 points from what I understand. And the price point should be nowhere higher than like 220 bucks. You know, as far as MSRP, 220 bucks, and they'll sell it for a little bit of discount. But also it's to get rid of models that don't sell well, right? So my idea for the Death Skull Combat Patrol was a mech boy. That's only like 30 bucks, kind of a cheap model. Yeah, a box, the Gretchen box, so that's like another 26 bucks right there. With Runt Herder. A box of Luda slash burners, which is important there. It's important you put in both specs, so it can be either Ludas or burners. And then put in one of the old Commandos spruce in there from the kill team. And then for the vehicle, give them the Chaos Rhino set, or give them just an old Rhino sprue, right? So in that box, it's about the same price point, you know, as all the other combat patrols, the same points value, but it's extremely Death Scully. You have 10 commandos. You have 5 guys you can either build as Ludas or Burnas. You have Grotz and Gretchen, and then you have a mech boy, and you have your Rhino to convert. So it's a real ass combat patrol. That's a full ass army. You know, you have your character that can be your warlord and everything. For orcs, it's cool because your Gretchen can build your CPs if that's what you're into. And the cool thing, and the resellability comes in the fact that you made the Ludas also burners. And the whole point with that is you'd probably end up buying 2 boxes. Because like you could build one as Ludas or one as Burnas. But if you buy 2 boxes, you can, you know, build both units. And who doesn't need more trucks or commandos or Gretchen? Or mech boys, so. So that was my idea, and even that guy, Red Wings Faster, was like, that's actually a cool idea. I was like, yeah, the idea of putting in a rhino to make as a looted thing would be great. Yeah, Grot Guard are really cool too. Yep. Yeah, so in our Crusade game, we went down the list of all the factions on what are the 4 orders or 4 alliances they'd fight for. For orcs, we're just saying they're freebooters. They can either fight for, you know, order or chaos. They can fight for either one. Yes, and the other part where I have some GSC bodies for you, CV Cooper. The Goliath makes a great orc truck, by the way. Yeah, same thing. If they bring back Luda tanks, then they can just sell Rhino kits. If they want to make Luda kits for the orcs, just sell Rhinos. So I'm thinking that's why I'm liking orcs so much for this 10th edition, because the whole lack of force organization chart and the power level instead of using points, it really bugged me. But then when I looked at the orcs, I just stopped giving a shit, because it's orky. Who gives a shit, you know? Points wouldn't matter to an orc. You're just kind of like building a war band as you go. So I think it's my way of coping with the rules by just getting into orcs. Yeah, I have some of the old orc codexes. They're really good. I know you guys are probably curious, like, why is it talking about 40k and Fallout when, you know, Konflikt 47 is about to release? The reason is I don't have the rules. I said, and I'm not gonna, you know, it's people's hobby. People can hobby however they like as long as they don't negatively affect other people, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and stress or freak out like, oh, I wish I had access to the rules just a couple days early. Totally zen about it. I'm just gonna chillax, do my thing, and hobby, get ready for my event, and wait till the rules drop at the end of September, and then pick them up and read it. No rush. Not gonna speculate, because at this point, speculations don't really matter because it's already written, you know. So. It's funny you mentioned that, Jenny. I finally saw some 3D sculpts of it, but that's an idea I had that'd be really cool for guard, particularly if you're doing like a rogue trader, like an elite guard for like rogue trader or something like that. Would be mixing the Wargame Atlantic Conquistador box and making like not just medieval or feudal looking guard, but imagine this: imagine rogue trader guard, like merchant guard, you know, and they have like Conquistador style helmets and shit like that. And like metal cuirasses, it'd be such a badass fucking look. Just screams Rogue Trader. You know me, Sean. I've always been chill. That's because I said that's the whole point of this channel. Like I'm not gonna go against what we've all created here and just not be chill about some stuff, you know. And I think that's the same reason why I want to play orcs, you know. And I'm trying to come back into Warhammer 40k to kind of bring the, I know it sounds cheesy and narcissistic, but bring like the Tiki chill vibes back to Warhammer 40k. Make it fun and orky again, you know, like old 2nd edition or old 4th edition or like old Daka style pictures. You know, make it fun and relaxed. There's nothing wrong with, you know, RTTs and competitive events. Truly, if that's what people want to play, that's awesome. More power to them. But just like how I did for Bolt Action, I kind of want to do my part to kind of ensure that relaxed narrative play is another option, you know? Be chill or else. But yeah, that was my Kit Bash idea, possibly for Imperial Guard for like a rogue trader, is to do like Conquistador style. Yeah, same thing. I'm always gonna be happy to play Konflikt 47. I'm always gonna be happy to do lore and events like that. I think it's a lot of fun and play with people in my area, but not everyone plays that. And I'm beyond the time of getting people into a game style. And if you want to play it, that's awesome. If not, though, I'm not going to have them buy all units and get into stuff. Because I see that happen so much. People just jump into... And I do it too. I have like 3 or 4 different tabletop games I play, and I'm like, oh man, you know, I wish I kind of just focused on one or the other. I always feel bad doing that. Hey, that's all. Man, thank you, old gamer dad. I appreciate that. No bullshit. It's comments like that that keep me going myself. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Super happy to hear that, man. That's the whole point of this thing. We all just sit here. I drink. We all sit here and chat and paint and just kind of motivate each other. Yeah, stories last. Absolutely. He's just got people from out of state. The siren song of yeah, it's so funny. Like at first, arcade, I felt like maybe it's not that chill. You know, I was like, maybe I say that, maybe our games aren't that chill. Like maybe I'm more competitive than I think. And then we all went to that Berlin game. I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. There was like this hilarious, like almost like not a rom-com, but like a comedy movie moment of where I just looked up and looked down the table past like 8 people, and over all of Berlin, I looked right at Arcade in the face. I was like, what the fuck are we doing here? You know, we both just had this look. It looked like something out of like the Office show. We both just like gave this look and kind of looked to the camera like, what the fuck are we doing here? Why are we doing this? I think that's when me and RK realized like, yeah, let's stick to relaxed, chill gaming. This is not it. RK, I'm never gonna forget that look, man. It was absolutely classic because we both had our own separate levels of hell going on. It was not fun, and we both got screwed over in 2 different ways. We both just looked at each other like, what the fuck are we doing here? Nice, Squidfist. Get to this Empire. So the other cool thing, and speaking of Siren Song, what I think will really help people kind of get into the Crusade that we're thinking about doing, this is all me just speculating. I haven't played it yet, so I'm trying not to put the cart before the horse. I know I've used that already once. I've already used that idiom. But we're definitely going to bring in Legends, as it should be. So I think that's what's going to get a lot of players. Like, hey, bring back your Vendettas. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Bad Rabbit, like the second one, they're like, no, that wreck is infinitely high. I'm like, you know what? No, we're not doing that. I was like, no. But I'm so glad I went to that. Not only the guy who organized it's a nice guy, he really is. The prize support was nice. But it made me feel so much better about my event that hasn't even happened yet. I was like, you know what? I feel better. I was like, I think I can do better than this. I don't know how well I can do. I'm gonna try. RK, it could end up being a shit show, right? But I have backup plans. The backup plans I've used all my, per Sean, I've used all my international interfering skills to try and plan this a good event with plenty of backups to it. So I think it'll go better than that Berlin game. Nice. Oh yeah, the Wizards. Oh yeah, that one has really cool bits. And the hands aren't too feminine either, so you can still use those arms on like skinny guys. Now they're not cheap though, those boxes. They can be pretty pricey, especially for the amount of torsos or bodies you get. Yeah, exactly, Arcade. It's still a cruise, you know? And that's it. No one's required to play. So if we show up on the first day, and let's say you guys don't want to play the second day, RK, totally fine, man. Just because you didn't. I mean, you paid for the cruise. You didn't pay anything for the event. So if you just don't want to play the second day, absolutely no worries. You know, just, you do you, boo. It's a social event, not a tournament. Just come and go as you please. Oh, 25's a steal. I usually see it for like 30 or 35. Yeah, you got it for a good price. Yeah, hopefully I didn't upset Mrs. RK or a friend. I'm sure she probably heard me shout from my end of the table, like 2 hours into it. I'm like, fuck this. No, not happening. Oh yeah. And like I said, I waited because I don't know a lot about rules. Like I know a decent amount, but I waited until that guy we played fucked up. All I had to do was catch him once. I had to catch him fucking up once where I knew I had him by the rules, and that was it. That was my turning point. That's when I knew that it wasn't just, him being a tryhard. It was actually him cheating or basically bending the rules to benefit him. Once he did that, I was done. My whole like Tiki persona and like chilled nature fucking disappeared. I was like, nope, we're not doing that, gang. Not today. Yeah, so Rodney G, here, I'll see if I can post a link to it real quick. Yeah, that's one thing I don't like cheaters. If I can prove, but I don't react until I have concrete evidence. But once I have evidence, I'm done. Alright, so there's the link. Yeah, so that's to our event we're doing. It's called the Clash of the Caribbean. It is a 2-day cruise by the Margaritaville. It's on the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise. I've been on the ship. It is a approachable cruise. It's not crazy outlandish. But it's also not like a safety hazard either. I love the ship. As like a guy who worked on ships, like I was in the Merchant Mariner for a little while. She's a beautiful ship. She's a fast ship. It's a 2-day cruise from West Palm Beach, Florida to Nassau, Bahamas. And on both nights, we'll be doing some bolt action gaming. So it's a bolt action social event, not a tournament, just a social event. There will be prize support for most Tiki, which is like most congenial or most sportsmanship, most tactical and most talented. So it's a painting competition and stuff like that. So 500 points, small scale games, no heavy armor. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I don't know. I don't know if it counts because it's not a tournament, and I did see that Warhammer 40K does a cruise. It's prohibitively expensive. It's called the Battle Barge. It's like an additional like $400-$500 on top of a super expensive like multi-$1,000 cruise. So I don't know. Maybe it is. Once I fix the website, I gotta go back in. I'm gonna RK brought this up. I'm gonna change some of the font so it reads a little bit better, and then I'll kick it over to a Warlord game so they can see it. Yes, all 6 bolt action events have been filled, but if you still have time, you can come on the ship anyways. You can hang out at the event. We'll try and get you a game. I'll be there with an extra army. And more importantly, on the second day, during the actual, when we're docked in Nassau and people are on their shore excursion, I have a room on that ship that has a big living room. And so I'll be hosting Konflikt 47 demo games in that living space of the cabin as well. So we wanted to be, I wanted to be Konflikt 47 themed, but the rules wouldn't be out in time, so we decided to just keep it bolt action. But next year, if it does well, we'll make it bigger. We'll make it We'll make it Konflikt 47. But yeah, I liked it because it solves multiple issues. If you don't have fun, you're still on a cruise. You can just walk away and enjoy your cruise. And unlike other gaming conventions where you have to go to a convention hall, plus get a hotel, you know, on a cruise, and plus you have food and all the other stuff on a cruise ship, it's still a it can be a high price, you know, depending on what your budget is, but it's all right there. You know, your room and board, your food, it's all part of your cruise ticket. You know, so that way we're kind of all together. And I think it's kind of on brand for the whole like Tiki thing, you know. So don't worry, I know I started kind of late, so we're gonna go a little bit past 5 o'clock today because I definitely started a little bit late. Gotta make good use of Tiki time and get some painting in. Yes, and I noticed that. So from what I understand at this point, the event is mostly people and their significant others. So it's actually kind of funny, kind of interesting. Yeah, but that's not the only smells at the convention center, you know? And also here, if you are into drink, not saying you have to, not promoting it, but if you do enjoy tasty adult beverages, you can enjoy them responsibly. You can enjoy them responsibly on the ship. You don't have to worry about driving home. I myself like to go out to the hot tub and have drinks and watch the night as we sail on by. It's a good time. And also, when you talk about security, in order to get a funny thing, maybe people haven't thought about. I know, you know, cons like that, they have their own security as well. But for a cruise ship, you have to go through actual security in order to get on board the vessel. And people are vetted because you can't get on without a passport, or if you're an American, you have to have a birth certificate and stuff like that. So everyone's literally getting screened before you get on the ship, which is kind of nice. Nice, CB. You're almost there. I think, Jenny, I think as long as you notify them which one is which, and you don't mix up and you can specify, you're fine. The example I always give: if somebody has flamethrowers but they want to run them as bazooka teams, that's fine, as long as they don't run any other flamethrowers. But if they have one flamethrower team and one bazooka team, then RK, I can't tell if you're joking. But yeah, for the because I'm gonna put a video up for that. So the way it works is oh shit, okay. No, you scared me. Well, it's not really a background check, but they just make sure you are who you are. Sorry about that. I was talking to Miss Sticky for a little bit. But no, so for international personnel, yeah, you will need your passport, of course. But for Americans, because it's what we call a closed loop cruise, you'll be departing from a U.S. port on a foreign flagged vessel going to Nassau and going immediately back to the U.S. with no other stops. That's a closed circuit trip. So U.S. citizens don't need passports, but they do have to have their birth certificates. Their OG original birth certificates, so. No, you're good. Okay, at first it's like, oh no. No, and I'm sure you've seen, if you've been watching like cruise ship news, there's like people going crazy on certain cruise ships, but notice how Margaritaville at Sea, knock on wood, it's kind of stayed out of the news. They're a very small, very chill cruise ship company. What I mean by that is there's a dining room. There's some nice stuff on it. There's like a nice steakhouse side of the dining room. There's like a nice actual dining room where you can have your meals at if you choose to, you know. But there is no dress code. I mean, you have to be human. You know, you can't just walk around like a, you know, like a, I don't know, uncivilized barbarian, right? But there's no like upscale dress code. Like shorts, flip-flops, and a t-shirt is fine. You know what I mean? Like it's a very chill, laid-back cruise, which is why I definitely wanted to do. And again, I'm not partnered with them. There's no money. There's no affiliate. There's nothing like that with this company. I just contact them. They're letting us do this. We're using the library, which is kind of cool. Oh yeah, don't even get me started. Oh no, you can pack your ape cost. Oh, actually, speaking of which, RK, I think I sent you that. So we're doing it in October because it's kind of like the down season for the cruises, so it's not that popular, you know. So the prices are a little bit lower, but more importantly, apparently it's also Halloween. It'll be Halloween themed on the cruise ship too. So yeah, there will be costume parties. So I know most of the players are also bringing their significant others. So that's awesome. There's going to be costume parties as well. I bet his is. I bet Sean's is. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Squid Fist. I got asked by my work, like, hey, you want to come out to California again for, you know, train up some people or do another trip? And I'm like, it might be a little while before I go out there again. I never told them. I didn't even tell my supervisor. I didn't tell them about the fight on the paddle boat. I figured I didn't have to, but I did not enjoy that. I wanted to believe so much it was just like negative hype and this and that, but then it happened to me on like the few days I was staying there, and I'm like, what the shit, man? I think the part that amazed me the most is how unsurprised San Jose Police Department was. Like, this is just a common occurrence. Absolutely, Jenny. That's exactly what it is. It's like mushroom farming. You know, feed them shit and keep them in the dark. I don't know, Mike. I can only speak to my experience. Oh my god. At what is considered a nice hotel too. It was insane. So I guess the big issue was is my room was on main deck, and it was like the closest berthing from when you walk into the ship by what's considered the hobby. So yeah, it was one of the first rooms they knocked in, and I just, especially traveling alone and stuff like that, yeah, I did not wake up in a mood to play fuck games. I don't even think they went to jail or anything. I think they just like took them off the ship and just released them on their own recognizance. But more importantly, I didn't go to jail, so I'm not that upset. As long as I didn't have to go to jail, I'm fine. Totally understandable though, Jenny. I, however, am an overtime monster. But it's funny because it took about 2 years for them to understand that I didn't want to promote. I'm the opposite. I've done leadership in the military. I didn't want to do leadership here at this company. I just want to make enough to be comfortable, you know, and obviously get my promotions to cover inflation, but I just want to work a lot of overtime and just fucking just sit there and just bank overtime. It took like 2 years and multiple attempts. Like, oh, you just want to work here? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, man. Like a cactus. You don't have to give me that much water. Just don't mess with me. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Mike. Well, I say that. Overtime is a careful calculation. There have been times I've turned down overtime. For example, there's one person where if I work with them, they don't work at all, and I have to do basically like double the amount of work. So one time they asked me like, hey, do you want to do overtime? And I'm like, no. Like, why not? I'm like, you want to be honest? Like, yeah, be honest. Like, this person's on the shift. Like, what, you just don't like that person? I was like, oh, it has nothing to do with liking him or not liking him. It's just they don't do their work, and I have to do double the amount of work. Like, okay. I'm like, so it's just bad math. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, overtime, you're paying me time and a half. So you're paying me time and a half to give up my free time to do double the amount of work. That's just bad math. It's like, I'm not going to do that. The math doesn't math to me. I'm not going to do twice the work for time and a half pay. So. Nice! Mad Larkin, 10 guys, already base coded. Phenomenal. I'm so glad. I knew you were kind of like, do I want to paint? Do I not want to paint? But just sitting here, listening to us yip yap, man. You already put a base code on 10 guys. Nice, brother. Very nice. I love the stream, man. I love the stream. We get so much painting done. Yeah, no, I've had that. I've had to learn over the years. Always do paper trails. Like, anytime someone wants to have a phone conversation, I always try and have it over email instead, especially if it's suspicious, to make stuff gets written down. I had that where there's an issue and we're supposed to have a meeting with a higher up boss, and the supervisor's like, no, let's just have a phone meeting between us. I'm like, okay, I'll try this once. And then afterwards, I sent an email about what we talked about, and they're like, oh, no, that's not what we talked about. They sent an email. And luckily, because the email I sent, it made their email that they sent without me knowing like look really one-sided and missing a lot of information. So I'm like, no, we're not playing those games. No. When you know you're in the right, always have a paper trail to prove it. Because people always talk about what they felt like or what they think happened, but when you have timestamps to prove it, yeah, it helps. Yeah, like, no, we're not doing that. I was like, just because I don't want to be a supervisor doesn't mean I don't know how to be a supervisor. I was like, I've played these games. Yeah, Ronnie Dre, I took a trip out to visit one of the places I work at. So I stayed in a couple cities away, and I took transit in because I work a lot with transit, so I wanted to test out and be a writer on transit so I can see like what the actual transit times look like versus what's reported, you know, do like an unofficial audit all out of my own pocket, right? So I stayed in a converted paddle steamer in San Jose, and in the middle of the night, a bunch of homeless people boarded it because it was cold, and they started banging on doors, trying to open doors. They banged on my door and trying to open it, and they tried to get in, so I went out in the hallway and I had a scholarly debate in which I offered several profound arguments until San Jose Police Department arrived and broke it up. Still gonna watch the Squid Fist and Thumb of Blood, but I'm still gonna watch that guy. Yeah, maybe Sean will give you some shit, but yeah, if you make, oh, here we go. shadiest Tiki's multiple backstories, yeah. So when you've made it through the career field that Sean and I made it through, you know, when you've worn the blue beret, you learn quickly the importance of, you know, timestamps, paper trails, signed statements. Like, you learn how to back your shit up. So now everywhere I go, I'm like, ooh, I've lived a few lives. Our old career field, it definitely eats its own. It is absolutely brutal. Like that scene from Band of Brothers, where they court-martial Winters, and he actually takes his court-martial because he knows he's right. That happens like twice, 3 times a year in just about every squadron. They always try and pull that shitty shit, like, just accept the Article 15. Like, nope. You know, it's like, if you know you're innocent, yeah, take the court-martial. Take it easy, Mike. When I showed up at one squadron, they messed up my paperwork, and so my reporting day was different. So they contacted me like, hey, you're supposed to be at work right now. I was like, no, I have paperwork. I'm not supposed to. And like, well, get here anyways. Like, okay, cool. And they tried to hit me with an AWOL charge. I'm like, what? What they didn't know is I just came from being what we call S2I, like an investigator. And so we know the MCM backwards and forwards. You know, we know that for every the military legal system works different than the civilian legal system. So for us, we have articles, right? You know, article so and so, you know. And every article has elements you have to meet in order to be guilty of that article. So this guy's like, oh, we're gonna hit you with AWOL. I'm like, no, you're not. It's like, I don't meet the elements. I'm like, oh, well, just take this Article 15. It'll be fine. You know, you'll rebound in no time. I'm like, absolutely not. You know, it's the same thing. I'm like, no, we'll take this to court-martial if you're so secure. Like, I know it's not AWOL because you can't prove this article or that article. I was like, this won't stand for 2 seconds. Like, what? What is this? Yeah, in the old days, Article 15's like made you who you were, you know. But at least when I was in, it was what we call the one mistake Air Force, where if you're not on the power curve, if you're not perfect in every way, you're gonna get force shaped out, because the Air Force is always trying to maintain small numbers. So every year you couldn't always re-enlist. They would just they'd rack and stack and take the best of the best, but not by PT records or firing data. They'd take you based off your EPRs, your enlisted performance reviews, and depending on who you are, how much you volunteered, and who you knew is how high you got on your performance reviews. So if you had anything small, anything, you wouldn't make it to the rack and stack, and you'd just get pushed out. So yeah, the one mistake Air Force, there weren't a lot of Article 15, but we still had some senior leaders from the old salty days who did have Article 15s, and they were badasses. But that's why, at least in my era of when I was in, when we hit NCO, we had an ability where we didn't punish, we corrected with training. We tried to keep things off the books, try to keep giving troops paperwork that would destroy their careers if they were good troops, you know, or paperwork to get the bad ones out. So we do a lot of reinforcement through training. Triple nickel, baby. Good example, like we caught a guy sleeping on post one time, so instead of like writing him up and getting him paperwork and getting him force shaped out, we hit him with additional training. And so like instead of taking his pay and stuff like that on a day off, we made him come in and we worked with him side by side, and we grilled him and questioned him the whole time. You know, we turned into a rough training event, but we made him fill sandbags and build DFPs on all 4 corners of the squadron building for a whole fucking day. And then when he was done, he had to take them down, take him back out to the beach and empty all the sandbags. It was like a full hot 8-hour day. But we took his day off. We didn't take his pay, which could affect his family. You know, we didn't take his rank or stripe, which could affect his pay or his career. We just, as an airman, we took what was valuable. We took his free time. Never saw that dude sleep again, by the way. And he wasn't shitty about it. Like, he was appreciative that we didn't screw him over. I mean, he wasn't happy that day, but later on he was chill with it. Yeah, that's when you get shit like mop up the rain, or all sorts of shit like that. We had one guy who refused to, he kept smoking at non-smoke pit areas. It sounds silly, but we operate around a lot of fuel and shit like that, so our punishment to him was, we made him report to Fire Pro, and with fire protection and us, he had to go around to every single squadron, check every single fire extinguisher, and give a mandatory briefing, you know, to every single squadron about, like, fire safety, how to use fire extinguishers, how to check their, you know, their smoke detectors, all on his days off. Shit was hysterical. Yeah, we got creative with our training, but again, it kept kids away from Article 15s or losing pay and shit like that. Because here's our justification for it, and this is in class. This is fine. What a lot of you guys may not know is how security clearances work. So when doing background check for security clearances, or when you work in something where security clearance is extremely important, I'm talking like vital. Stupid shit can cost you your security clearance. And what I saw from my investigations, what ended up ruining a lot of the security clearances is debt and pay. That's what a lot of people care about, is money. Because then you go back and you look at the history of espionage in the United States, a lot of people sold out the US for money. Still to this day they do that. So that's why I don't like taking troops' pay. Not only do I not know what they do with it, I don't know if they support a grandmother with cancer back stateside or some shit like that. More importantly, you fuck with people's pay, you're opening up your wrist to an insider threat. So that's why I don't like fucking with troops' pay or stuff like that. Be right back. All right, we're back. So sorry about that. Yeah, didn't mean to hit you with the chair stream. Sorry, one of my dogs is acting up a little bit. He had to go outside. Okay, yeah, when I say something stupid like grandma with cancer, okay, I did say that, fair, but I meant like something non-military related, you know? Ooh, there's a lot of real ones. Some of those are not safe to say on stream. All right, let me get back to painting. Yeah, sorry about that little break. Little dog, I was like, hey, Human, pay attention to it. Yep, dogs always do come first. Like, Human. Dog is awesome, by the way. He's older, but he's well trained. So whenever he wants stuff, like if he wants food or if he wants you to do something with him, he doesn't just come and bug you. He will bring you a toy and try and use it as payment. So he'll bump you and like drop a toy, like, hey, Human, here's my duck. Do you mind taking care of me? Test on him before using on privates. That's a good one. Number one, don't give me a reason to ask what you're doing. One of my favorite was we used to always say do what your stripes can handle. You know, like, hey, do you really want to do some stupid shit? Can you afford that? Like at your pay level, like do what you think you can handle. Be like, hey, how come the master sergeant can walk around with his hands in his pockets? Huh? Do what your stripes can handle. He's got a rooftop. Get away with it. So, bringing it back to Konflikt 47 for a little bit. For those of you who do have, who got a little glimpse at some of the stuff, without spoiling it too much, what units are you excited about the most for Konflikt 47 coming out later this month? Like, what's everyone's favorite model aesthetically, and what do you think your favorite model will be tabletop wise? I'm curious to see that. The Kodiak. Oh yeah. Oh, the Kodiak is awesome. That's gonna mow down hordes of zombies. Heroes. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I apologize because I do feel like I'm responsible for the delay in the Imperial Japanese rules. I feel like what started as a joke now I've actually kind of joked into existence. Not that I think anyone in Warlord Games knows who I am, but if they do, they're like, hey, you know what? Let's release the Imperial Japanese rules last. Why? Because fuck Tiki, that's why. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, there were so many good clips to use in that one Imperial Japanese teaser short. I really had to like trim them down and figure out to put the best ones and also the safest ones. There's so many other good clips I wanted to put in there, but I'm like, let's see. I try to time it just right too. Like, you notice the tank explosion from the spigot mortar is like right on beat, you know? I try to time stuff with the music as best I can and move my clips around. And for those of you who are just getting into Conflict 47, there is a link to the Discord. It's not my Discord. That is the unofficial Conflict 47 worldwide Discord. So you have people from all over the world in that Discord. And it's an actual Discord for Conflict 47, not for Bolt Action with a little Conflict 47 flavoring. It's all Conflict 47. Those of you may know him. Let me look up his. I always mess up his name. I chat to him a little bit here and there. If you're familiar with Kaishonko's miniatures, he does a lot of stuff on Etsy. He does a lot of 3D printing. He is in that Discord. So if you ever want to like if you want to have an influence on design of Conflict Zone miniatures, you can talk to him. And he always posts his STLs and where to get them in there. So that's pretty cool. So me and him chit chat. Tell Tiki City. I got Mr. Pratt yelling bonsai for 2 hours. You don't have to tell him Tiki sent you now. Just hop in there and chit and chat and stuff like that. It's a good Discord. The moderators are pretty chill. They're not like weird, you know, abusive, neck beardy, do it my way or get kicked out kind of thing. I haven't seen any issues yet. They all seem pretty chill. Squid Piss, I finally finished the truck. I added the 2 grots to it. There's one grot sitting up front behind the broken Gidget shield teleporter thingy that doesn't work. He's sitting behind there with an extra grenade in his hand, like handing it to the orc gunner. And then the other grot is standing in the back where I built that little DFP out of like the little metal teeth or whatever. He's back there with a grot shotgun and like a red cap on his head, like a hillbilly grot. It's pretty funny. Yeah, take a look on there. He'll have links to his STLs. I mean, this guy has been crazy busy. Like, I want to commission him to make me some zombie hula girls, but he's already so busy right now trying to put out all Conflict 47 stuff. So, good guy to chat to. He's got good stuff in there. Bad Rabbit, always a good time. How's hell diving? How are the caves and the bugs? I'm still more of a bot diver, but I'll probably try those fronts later, you know. No, I can't think of enough Squid Fist. That's why I always call it every truck, because for Crusade you actually do have to name your stuff. So that truck's name will be the Cyborg Fist. You know, kind of like Squid Fist, but more Cyborg. Especially Cyborg for all the digital camo. I felt like it went well. So yeah, we're calling that one the Cyborg Fist. Man, another good stream. I know at Chit Chat, not that much about Conflikt 47 this time. I know, a bit heretical, but I figure you're getting a lot of Conflikt 47 for some other channels as well. So I kind of like round out and kind of tease some other stuff. You know, it's more about just general nerddom here and hanging out and painting our models. It's the paint and chat because we all paint and chat. It's just a little too late with Tiki. Good discussions. For those of you who are into Fallout, you know, hopefully this kind of made you look at the railroad a little bit different. But it's so funny. Through the course of this stream, and especially talking with Square Hunter Sean, it made me realize that I think because I love Archer and Burn Notice so much, is why I kind of fell in love with the railroad. That makes literally 1,000 times more sense. Squidfist, I can do that. I'll make you one of the boss snaggas. That I'll tie to one of my Beast Snagga units, or yeah, I think it's called Boss Snaggas. Beast Snagga Boss. I'll make you a Beast Snagga Boss. Squiddy the Fist. You're gonna have cyborg parts and probably playing guitar. I hope that's okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The Crusade rules really do remind me so much of Dawn of War, like in the best of ways, man. You're gonna get ants, Tiki. Yeah, if you guys have never seen Archer, I can't recommend that show enough. That show is so good. So damn good. Squid Fist, what I'll probably do, because I think I have enough arms for it, I'm probably gonna make you an orc, but I'm probably gonna give him 6 human arms, just kind of like hanging off the back of him, you know, so that way he does look like you have 8 fists, you know. But a lot of them are human arms that you've just collected, and in your head you punch with all 8 fists. You know, every time you punch, you channel the other fist into your fist. Call it Squiggity the Fist. And I'll try and do arms from like different races. I think I have like, yeah, I have some POW and some Space Marine and some Guardsman arms, I think too. So I'll just give you like 8. I'll give you 6 extra arms just hanging off from like different races. So you can have like a beaky punch and the 8-fisted death punch. Oh man, that's how fun orcs can be, man. You can just sit there and just fuck around and come up with stuff. You're like, yeah, that works. Why not? Like for this guy, I needed to make another Pain Boy, and I'm like, how am I gonna do this? Because all a Pain Boy technically needs is his Power Claw and his syringe. So the syringes are on his side. I made those out of toothpicks. So he has his 2 syringes, and I'll paint them up so they look like syringes, right? I let him keep the squid because he was just a rent herder, but I took this part, made it a claw, and then make him look like a Pain Boy. With this kind of clothing, I'll paint this white, this little cloth down here white, and I'll paint his mask white and put like little blood specks on him. And then his sign's just gonna say "Free Surgery," you know, spelled in an orky way. And then on the back, you know, you already tell he has an orc hand on there and some other teeth and stuff like that. So he carries all his bits he needs to do like bionics, you know, and surgery. And that's leading all the way back to it. to tie everything up. That's why I like Fallout so much. That's why I bring that into modeling. I like that visual storytelling that games like that really build. You know, by looking at a model, it just seems like, yeah, it's just a kit bash, but everything's there for a reason. You know, and it kind of makes sense. Oh, those are absolutely going to be the names for my 2 commando leaders for my actual army. Because something I do when I build out my armies, a nice little tip to leave you guys with as we're closing out the stream. When getting into a hobby, so you don't go too crazy with it, I like to personally build my list out at 500, 750, 1000, 1250, 1500, 2k, then usually 3k, right? Depending on what game it is. So I did the same thing here for Warhammer 40k, getting back into it. I plan it out, you know, I have it all planned out, but then I slowly build and paint towards like the 500 and then the other. That we're not going too crazy, right? So, in my big old massive 3K Dream List Orc Army, at least for current 10th edition, there's two teams of commandos. So with that, Sean, I think I'm actually gonna name them. I'm gonna write that down because one of them's already built. I just gotta paint it. I bought it used. So one commando knob's gonna be called. You have to tell me how you spelled it again. I think it was Michael Westork, and the other one's gonna be called Sam Bloodaxe. It's pretty good. Matt Larkin's like, I'm fucking that up for you, Tiki. Yeah, Matt Larkin, this is all not even planning for the amazing reinforcements Matt Larkin's going to send to me. I'm super excited to get them, and I can't wait to incorporate them into my force. I plan on having a massive orc army. I just really enjoy orcs, especially because I've played a couple. I played a game of 4th. I enjoyed. I just got my rulebook in for 7th, so I'm probably going to play a game of 7th coming up here pretty soon. I love 7th edition, by the way. And so I like having plenty of orcs. That way I can really kind of play any kind of edition and kind of go back and forth and make different lists. Oh god, yes. Oh yeah. Oh, that all sounds so good. I love commandos. That'll probably be my second orc army list. Is the one I'm building, kind of with Squig Hunter Sean. We're building our Wa Vice. It's a Death Skull Blood Axe unit. It's mostly commandos, you know, DACA jets and stuff like that, Stompas and all sorts of shit like that. So it's a spin-off Miami Vice. Oh my god, Squigfist, if you find that, see if you can send it to me, man. I'll see if I can find it on my own, but that sounds really cool. Yeah, I've seen some beach-themed orcs, like with Hawaiian shirts and everything, and they look so damn good. I've seen some, you know what, it's so funny, I saw a t-shirt at Warpfire Games, and you know who I keep seeing beach-themed of is Necrons, and it's really, really cool. I keep seeing like beachy-themed Necrons, and it's the craziest thing. I really like it. I would love to do like a beach-themed Catachan, you know? And for their cavalry, their Death Riders, just have them on like hoverboards that are like surfboards. Squig Hunter Sean, kind of like a, I'm thinking like Far Cry, hold on. Is that 3? Yeah, like Far Cry 3, what was that, Blood Dragon or something like that? What I mean by that, just to give some people an aesthetic, but yeah, like I'm talking like full 80s synth style, like goodness. That'd be cool. A buddy of mine wants to do a full like Torok themed army. He's kind of torn between whether he wants to do Kroot or whether he wants to do like an all beast snagga. but put them on actual like dinosaurs and do like a full like snake bites Torok style orc army. I told him that'd be fucking fantastic and awesome. Yeah, thanks. I saw that, Squid Fist. I'll take a look at it. You're talking like a big a synthwave kind of board, you know? But no, that's the talk. So I'm catching guys up. I've been super busy at work, so you're kind of curious where I've been. Well, I've not been in other streams very much, you know, kind of dipping in and out. One, it's to prevent myself from spoilers. Two, I've been crazy busy. That's why I owe some people some voice lines. I owe other people stuff. I'm behind on my videos. I try to always make the streams though, even if I'm late. I try to always stream if I can, because it's such a good thing for us. So what I mean by that is when I say us, like I know we all get a lot of painting done, so I'm trying to be there. Talked about Fallout Railroad, which is cool. We talked about I'm slowly dipping my toe back into Warhammer 40k. I tried earlier with the Crusade, but that Crusade did not look fun. And sure enough, ended up being a seal clubbing thing and ended up going to shit. So I'm going to test out some 10th edition. And if I like it, then I'll start working with some people to build a super chill Crusade. And we'll even try and open it up. We'll see how well it goes. We may be able to open this Crusade up to people far away. Just, you know, obviously take pictures and do after action reports of your game, and who knows, if we trust that, we may be able to open up the Crusade to other people, and it could be a Crusade that takes place all over the world kind of thing, you know? That would be really cool, including kill teams. That's pretty neat. We just talked about general hobbying and painting, a little bit about Konflikt 47. I think it was a good stream. We got a lot done. We chitted, we chatted. I love Squick Under Sean's new name. It cracks me the fuck up. Hopefully it's his name on other channels too, because it's actually really funny. Yeah, and also Squig Under Sean, there's that aquarium decor, like that grass, but it's like blue and purple and like really weird looking. I'll pick some of that stuff up. But yeah, so we worked on some mummies. Tomorrow we should just be able to pick out the bones and do the eyes and then finish up our terrain here. And hopefully by the end of tomorrow's stream, I probably be done with my vow, hopefully. And also maybe even a piece of terrain. Huge thing. We're getting closer and closer to Clash of the Caribbean. Me, RK, shit, now I'm spacing out who's all going. It's me, RK, Doc Ginger, and oh, spacing on the other person, but it's alright. We're all gonna have fun there. Oh, Bad Rabbit. How can I space out? It's Bad Rabbit. That's right. I was sitting there, I was like, who's the? I was like, that's right. Of course it's Bad Rabbit. I'm sorry, Bad Rabbit. I'm just crazy tired. Yeah, me, Bad Rabbit, RK, and Doc Ginger. Muscle mummies. I'm sure you can find that if you Google search hard enough. But it was a good stream. And like I said, we're getting really close to our event. I'm super excited. It's my first ever event. I'm going to try and do as best I can. If that goes well and establishes a good name, then hopefully we can kind of build from there. But yeah, we had plenty of people in the chat. People I hadn't chat with in a while. It's good to see some of you guys. Good to see you, Mike. Good to see a lot of you that haven't chatted a while, at least from other streams. We had Mike, we had Tao Tong, we had all sorts of cool people I hadn't chatted with in a while. It's good to see you guys, truly. Welcome to the stream. I know you guys have been here before, so you already know everything. We generally do 1 a.m. Eastern to 5 a.m. Eastern. Sometimes I'm late. If I'm late, I try and run over as well. You know, try and get 4 good hours of taste. But overall, I think it's a pretty productive stream, pretty fun stream. But for those of you guys who are going to sleep, you know, I try to go a little bit longer. I know some of you guys are at work, you know, so I try and go maybe a little bit longer, try and make your day at work a little bit better. But for those of you who are going to sleep or who weren't able to sleep but got some painting done, I hope you sleep well knowing that you put a little bit of paint on your plastic. You could have walked by, you could have ignored it, you could have let it hang out in that haze gray, but you decided to sit down and commit paint warfare and put a little bit of paint on that plastic. The best thing is it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't expire, it doesn't go, you know, it doesn't disappear. that paint will be there. You furthered the battle lines in the epic war against your unpainted gray. So I hope you sleep well knowing you did that. For those of you who are going to work, I hope Relief actually gets there early and they have all their shit together and they don't make you wait too long. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwreck soldiers on wooden sand, type array rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moods, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard